Boys and girls, good morning. How we all doing? Righty. I'm having a lot of fun playing this. I'm having an awful lot of fun playing this. We are getting places. Good morning. Oh, I forget how quite large my camera is. I should probably adjust that. I don't need to be quite so big, do I? I also noticed yesterday I get in the way. Let's tone that down just a touch. Let's put me a little bit more back in the corner like that, shall we? That's a touch better. We're getting places. I'm getting places with my little Beastmaster. He's level 73 now. This theoretically means we're in the level range where we can actually start finding the Squirrel Helm. The Squirrel Helm is what I need to replace this thing. Put baby in the corner. we could actually, that reminds me, I was looking at some more filters actually, and there's some quite amusing filters that I might throw onto the channel points in the next few days. But anyway, please don't put me near Q to log in. There was Qs to log into the game again yesterday. Now, I would much prefer a Q than a terrible experience when in the game, and I think this is what the last Epoch devs have decided, that until they can get their servers kind of working, they're just going to have to straight up limit the amount of people that are allowed on, which almost a week after its release is a frustration. But I would much rather know that I'm in a queue and I know what position I'm in the queue, so I can go off and do something else, and then I can come back once I'm allowed in. But once I'm allowed in, we're good to go. That's kind of the theory. I have inventory problems. If we take a look, I have inventory problems. I'm slowly building out stash tabs with different stuff in them. I don't really think keys needs its own category particularly, but it's I'm starting to try and be a touch more organized. Dare I say it, attempting to be a touch more organized. It's not going to work for very long, is it? But we're trying to get there all the same. Yeah, one thing I want to try and do is get the Squirrel Helm today. Even if it's only a trashy basic one, I would quite like to get the Squirrel Helm, because then we've at least got squirrels following us. That's my goal for today. It's a unique helm, so we're going to need to do whatever we need to do to hunt down unique helms. I believe that you can actually use the monoliths as a way to semi-target farm it. I think it's the Black Sun one, or it could be the Ending Storm. I'm not sure. I should probably look in my little guide. It did tell me how to focus on this. I'm following, for the most part, a max rolled guide. For my first playthrough of this, I decided that trying to figure it all out is great and all, but there were some big chunks of the game that I just didn't understand. I just didn't understand the game yet, and it was much easier to zug my way to the end, get a basic build under my belt that then works, and then figure out how everything links together and what I should have done, more importantly, what I did wrong. Do you have runes to craft uniques, by the way, to gamble for it? I can't remember what they're called. The glyphs of ascendance, aren't they? Something along those lines. Crafting mats. Glyphs, what are they called? Oh, it's probably... Oh, Rune of Ascendance. I've got 3 Runes of Ascendance. I didn't realise I had 3 of those. Now, apparently, there's a 1% drop chance on the helm, so it's probably better me not using it on the helm, honestly. But we could try. Changes the item into a unique or set item of the same type. Using this on a silver ring could turn it into another silver ring. None of the other properties are based on that are retained. I don't know if Maxwell has an inventory guide, but I could definitely do with one for sure. With 3 Runes of Ascendance, I didn't realise I had 3 of these. That's 3 chances at getting a helm, isn't it? We could risk it for a biscuit. Give me a... Do we have helms? Do I have 3 helms knocking about? 1, 2. Primalist helm, Primalist helm. Let's see. Primalist helm. There's 3 Primalist helms. So we could... Let's make sure there's nothing super useful on them. No. We could use our Runes of Ascendance to gamble for the helm. We've got 3 chances. How many different uniques are there? This is the question. How many different uniques are there? Squirrel build. Squirrel build. This is what we're after, right? Primalist Helm. Primalist Herald of the Scurry. This is the one we want. Herald of the Scurry. This is the one. So it's got some stats on it. Increases your health, increases minion dodge rating, plus 1 to 3 of Summon Wolf. Converts your wolf into squirrels. That's the main thing we're after. You can summon squirrels up to twice your companion limit. Now we currently have 5 wolves knocking about, so this would mean we'd have 10 squirrels running chaos. This also gives a between a 5 to 75% chance to bleed on hit for squirrels. So I wonder if this is where we spec like super heavy into like bleed damage. Chance to shred physical resistance on hit for the squirrels. That's going to mean that those bleeds are then going to tick even harder as well. And you probably actually then just want them to hit as fast as possible. Is the theory here. Now this guide, reach level 70. This build assumes you have a level 70 character, so we are kind of like in the vicinity. We're in the right ballpark. Our fella is 73, so we're there. Welcome in, Lady Daisy. Good morning, good morning. Coffee ready? Yes, you and me both. Coffee was much as needed this morning. I hope it goes down well for you. Now, the build does necessarily state that it plays pretty much similar regardless of whether you've got this helm or not, but obviously having it is, you know, somewhat crucial. There are some others, though. There's the Fang. Your minions cannot be stunned. You can summon wolves up to your maximum number of companions. The fact that this has got that tagline on it basically means you can save a point in your spec trees. Julra's Obsession. What's this one? Cold resist, lightning resist, spell damage. Stats on this also apply to your minions. Okay, I guess the thing you're going to do with this then is you're going to use this. You're going to smush it. You're going to smush it with a perp to get like some cool bonus thing to pass on to your minions. Probably more of that chance to shred physical resistance, I believe. That's probably the way you'd go if you get yourself one of these. These are gloves. See what they've done down here, look. Yeah, they've smushed this. They've smushed these with some Crusader gauntlets. They've smushed them to get melee attack speed on them, which you wouldn't normally get, right? The melee attack speed is going to have come from a perp, and then you smush them together, and you pray to RNGesus you get the right stat on it. So then there's 30% increased melee attack speed for your minions as well, which is bonkers. Because when you got 10 squirrels all attacking, that's going to be a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Ribbons of Blood. 2 to 4% of your minion melee damage is leached as health. So your sustain when your squirrels are doing squirrel things is really good. And your minions can't be crit. That will really help with them just straight up not dying. Ribbons of Blood has been used here. And then there's a Bastion of Honor, which apparently is super duper mega difficult to get. So if you get one, great. If you don't worry about it. Let me take a little looky at where we have the gear side of things, because the gearing is what... So yeah, this is how you play it. First of all, your mapping, which is your monoliths. Rush to the objective with Fury Leap whenever it's off cooldown. Direct your companions with A. Freeze scary things with Warcry and let your dudes kill everything whilst you just move quickly. Sun is shining here. It feels good. The sun's trying to come out here. Trying is the phase. It's close. Not quite, though. Went out with the dogs and it was still a bit chilly this morning. A bit wet. It's wet and slushy because somebody ordered snow again yesterday. I don't know what crazy person ordered snow, but somebody did it. I wish they would have. I wish that order would have got lost in the mail. But we had more snow yesterday, and it's all slushy now. Some advanced tips for this: make sure that I keep Howl and Scurry and Rage buff active at all times by refreshing their cooldown efficiently with Summon Frenzy Totem. Okay. If you have Grand Hirot Idols with chance to gain haste for 3 seconds, cast a Summon Frenzy Totem to gain haste and then a 30% movement speed buff. Lol. Okay. That's how we get places fast then. So gearing last Epoch evolves around finding powerful items with and using the powerful crafting system to enhance them. As long as the item has forging potential left, players can upgrade, modify their affixes up to tier 5. However, the powerful exalted tier affixes only drop and can't be modified by players. Using the correct item bases allows you to make use of their amazing implicits. This is fundamental for gearing efficiently. Combine the implicits, passives, idols, and blessings to cap your resistances and stack as many other defensive layers as possible. Plan ahead for your next upgrade and consider the final blessing of your build whilst gearing. Finish up by farming the uniques with legendary potential and sealing affixes into exalted items to unleash your full build. Here are the stats goals for this build. You want to cap resistances, cap critical strike avoidance, and cap endurance. Now, our resistances are not terrible. Cold is capped, poison is nearly there, void is capped. The only one I'm actually really struggling on is physical resistance, which is bad. That's probably should have been my highest priority, but we can always fix that a little bit. And then our defensives, we want capped endurance. What is capped endurance? Endurance reduces the damage dealt to your health below your endurance threshold. For example, if you have 50% endurance. Oh, endurance is capped at 60. So we've still got a little room to move before we have endurance capped. Critical strike avoidance. Critical strike avoidance, 100%. Boom. Capped. Presumably. Gives a chance to downgrade an enemy's crit on you to a regular hit. So every time we get hit with a crit, it's no longer a crit. That's because we've got this thing on. We're using Woven Flesh at the moment. The problem is that critical strike avoidance isn't... As soon as I take that one piece of gear off, basically if you've got Woven Flesh on, you can't be crit. But if I take that off, it's going to be a problem real fast. So we got some work to do there. Okay. So our starting gear, the plan of action then. We should realistically try and follow this, not verbatim, word for word, but, you know, in somewhat shape or form. Aim for some good bases with 2 valuable tier 5 affixes. The defensive rolls of the tier 5 suffixes are very important at this stage, as they can easily help you cap your resistances when combined with the implicits, your idols, your blessives, and all your passive skills. Get any weapon with valuable affixes until you're high enough level to equip a Dragonbone Axe. Do we need to be level 80 to equip a Dragonbone Axe by the looks of things? So we're a few levels off that. So we just need to keep our weapon, you know, reasonable. What is our weapon right now? Deft Nagasaka Scimitar of Suppression. Melee attack speed. Minion physical damage. Sure, it's just a weapon, isn't it? It's not anything special. Tier 1, tier 1. Okay, yeah, that weapon's actually dog do. That weapon is total dog do, and it's got 0 forging potential, so that is the dog doest of dog doest weapons. We should probably fix that. Make sure your critical strike avoidance is capped. Remember that woven flesh is always an option early on. Well, I'm lucky I got one, so GG. Fit as much health into your gear as possible. Hybrid health and health percentage are extremely valuable, but they can be hard to find. Use regular flat health items until you find them. Get added minion melee crit chance on your body armor as soon as possible. Well, what happens with me using woven flesh? I can't do both. I can't easily do both. Aim for tier 5 level of Summon Wolf on your helm and level of Frenzy Totem on your relic. Our helm has tier 1 Summon Wolf and no forging potential. Oops. The hell? Where did that come from? I don't know what that's in there. What if we take this and we say, hang on, how about we add some minion dodge, minion health, minion rage. Where's level of wolf? We've got some level of wolf nodes. We've only got 2 of them though. Have we got level of wolf anywhere else? Search wolf. Why is that being highlighted when I search for wolf? I'm not sure. Oh, because the name is Dark Wolf. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I haven't got any more. Okay. Well, we can at least. How do we do this then? We want to add affix, level 1 of wolf. Do it again for tier 2. We want to probably, with 21 forging potential still available on that then, we want to probably crush this. Not crush this. We want to remove this and hope we remove the wolf thing on it. Oh, no, we can't remove the wolf thing on it. Okay, we're going to have to. We're going to have to random schmandom it. Go on, give me the level of wolf. Hey, it gave us the level of wolf. Good, that means we can upgrade this to 3. Oh, I would have liked to crit there. Okay, we got 19 forging potential on that. We just need more level of wolf. So that's better for now. That's better for now. Frenzy Totem on Relic is what we should be going for. Level of Frenzy Totem. Frenzy. I'm assuming it's only going to be on relics. Doesn't look like I've got any relic with level of frenzy on it. Do we have the option to fix that problem? Do I have any... search frenzy. Okay. I do not have any affix shards for level of frenzy on relics. Okay. Well, that's not great. Okay. Oh no, where's me relic gone? Let's put you back. Okay, so that's work in progress. When you're looking for this basic set of gear, start farming your empowered blessings and look for any idols that can help you cap your resistances momentarily. That provide you utility or increase your damage output. This is maybe where we can fix our relics around a little bit then, to help cover off some of these relics or idols, whatever. We want this to be physical. Any that's going to give me a boost to physical resistance, because that's where we're really lacking. Chance to bleed. No, why is it highlighted that one when I've searched for physical? I don't know. Physical resist. Slap that in somewhere. Health regen, physical resist. Health regen, minion, increased physical damage and minion physical damage. That's probably a good one. Physical resist. We haven't got much room for small little doodahs. What about this big tall dude? No. No. What's this one? Oh, 12% physical resist. That's good. Armor, cold resist. 26% physical resist? Okay. So let's try and change these around to get the... I was focusing on physical. I can, if I've got any that give me cold, we can take cold away because we're way overcapped on cold. Cold damage. I don't think any of these have got resistances on them. I don't think I've used my idols for resistances at all, have I? So maybe we just swap and change things. If we put that in there, like that, that's a big bump to our physical resistance straight away. We need to squeeze some of these little fellas in. Minion necrotic damage, that's probably not doing anything. Let's put one of these in. 6%, 6% and health regen, 6% and 9%. Let's put you in there. We're up to 54. We could squeeze both of these in. 8% and 12%. That's another 20%. That's 54, 64, 74. So let's take this out. Healing effectiveness. Minion critical strike chance. Ooh, that's going to drop our damage quite substantially, but not dying is probably better. Being alive means we will do DPS for longer. Okay, there's our physical basically capped. We're still going to get slapped by necrotic. Can we do anything with necrotic? Oh, well that's not a good start, is it? Have I spelt that wrong? Quite possibly. Necrotic. Yeah, I've spelled it wrong. That would be why. Necrotic. Okay, we got some options. 13% with a bit of poison. 4%. 4%. Another 4%. These are necrotic damage, necrotic resistance, necrotic resistance, necrotic resistance. Comes in small doses, this one, by the looks of things. Of void resistance. Why is that being highlighted when I search for necrotic? It's got nothing to do with necrotic. The search function is not perfect. It seems to have some weird anomalies. That's also necrotic resistance. Whoa, whoa, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Go back, go back. Right, we've got loads of little ones we can pepper in some necrotic stuff with. Right, 13. 13, lots of 4s, a 6, and a 7. We're on 23. That's not great, is it? Let's whack you out for a minute. Let's put you in then for a big 13%. And maybe then the two biggest of these. Puts us at 50%. That's much better. Mana, cold damage, minion, cold damage. Maybe we can get rid of that. Chance to ignite, cold damage, minion, cold damage. If we can squeeze 3 of these in. 4, 8, 12. More necrotic. That's a bit better, isn't it? Physical, physical. Let's take you out and put you in. There we go, 65. Right, that's about as good as we're going to get our idols, I think, temporarily. Okay. Okay. And then obviously we just need better gear. Where are we working towards, though? I'd like to know where I'm working towards. When all of your core defenses are covered, start working on getting some more damage. Get minion damage, strength, chance to shred armor on hit to increase your DPS drastically. Additionally, melee attack speed is also pretty valuable as it helps you proc more spirit rolls, okay? Try and get some frailty on hit to decrease the damage enemies deal to you. This element is really important, it should always be kept in mind. Look for the Fang, the Claw, as both of these items will save you a point in Safety in Numbers node inside Summon Wolf. Is that because Safety in Numbers, you can have wolves up to your maximum, and these basically both do the same. This is why I think using some of the item upgrade tokens on amulets is smarter, because you've got a much higher chance of getting something you'll actually find useful. If you prefer a more offensive approach, you can itemize around Death Rattle. Minion crit strike multiplier, intelligence. Your minions take 10 to 30% increased damage. Regain 30 health on minion death. Oh, the amulet itself has some big rolls on minion damage and minion critical strike chance. +1 to 3 to sacrifice? What? Hello? I don't understand that. Why would you want your minions are taking more damage? I'm guessing then you probably wombo combo that with something else. I don't understand this yet. Ribbons of blood for the amazing stats it provides to your minions. Farm it by killing the abomination in the Fall of the Outcast monolith. Okay. Huge fire resist on this puppy. 4% of your minion melee damage leeches health. Minion increases their leech rate. Okay. The moment you get a Herald of the Scurry, your summoned wolves will convert into squirrels, doubling their numbers and enabling the build's full potential. You can farm it on the Black Sun Monolith timeline, completing the unique Helm reward echoes. Black Sun Monolith timeline, which one's that? Black Sun. Oh, that's this level 66 one. Oh, that's easy to maybe run that a few times, just to see if we can get a Helm. That's maybe what we're going to do today, then. That's likely to be the case. Oh, hello, what's this? Monolith completion. Timelines unlocked, 7 out of 10. Empowered timelines unlocked, 0 out of 10. How do you unlock the empowered ones? I would assume you unlock the empowered ones by completing all of the normal ones first. Would be my presumption. Total timelines conquered 5. Total echoes conquered 61. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I've probably done this one once again, I guess. Okay. As you finished up your empowered blessings, keep yourself at a decent health pool, keep your resistances capped, your endurance and critical strike avoidance capped. Your goal is to have items with 4 valuable tier 5 affixes, also known as T20 gear. So when you have 2 affixes, 2 suffixes, all at tier 5, 4 times 5 is 20. So a tier 5, what would be referred to as a T20 item. I see, clever. I see, it's starting to come together. So like this, for example, this is what you would consider a T19 item. Because you've got tier 5, tier 5, tier 5, tier 4. So that would be considered tier 19. These are ironically one of my best items right now. As they're also itemized pretty well. Minion damage, melee attack speed, cold resistance and health. Not perfect, but, you know, does the job. Can we upgrade this? Make this full no messing. Requires 74 to forge this. Okay, we can't get that any better yet. Tier 5, tier 4, tier 3, tier 5. That's not bad. Oh, what's this? Monoliths of Fate. My God, the ads. When a website has more ads than it has content, look at this ad banner. Look at this ad down here. Look at this ad banner here. You've got all of this real estate, and 2/3 of the screen is taken up by ads. Websites like this need to be banned, and they wonder why people use ad block on them. Like, honestly. Monoliths of Fate contain timelines which tell a few blah 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 blah. Echo rewards. Where does it say? Oh, legend empowered timelines. After the 3 level 90 timelines are conquered, you can activate empowered mode by touching the crystal at their junction. From then on, level 100 variations of all timelines can be attempted, which start off with 100 corruption. Oh, okay. I think we need, I think we then need to level up a little bit, because these are level 90 timelines, and presumably they have like level 90 bosses at the end of them as well. We're still low 70s, but we'll get there. We can do some more stuff. That's cool to know though. Okay. Well, I think what I want to do then, because we need some experience, we need some upgrades to our gear for sure. I think I want to target farm this for a little while, and we can just pick up some other stuff en route. We do that by doing the Black Sun Monolith timeline, so let's do it. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Is your U-block disabled? I don't know. I have, I'm going to be brutally honest, I don't use AdBlock very frequently. More importantly, I don't really travel to many different websites. And the websites I frequent frequently enough, I try to make sure I have some sort of premium for anyway. How do I reset this? Is there a way to reset this? Because I've already done half of this. But I don't have any stability for it. I presume there's a way to reset these. Otherwise, this is theoretically only going to get harder and harder and harder to repeat, right? Or do they scale infinitely? I don't know. Maybe I should figure that shit out. Is there anywhere on here helmets, rare helms? Go. Enemies have 35% critical strike avoidance and 15% increased health. Go. Let's do it. Go, my wolfy friends. Feeling very sluggish. What's going on here? Where are my boots? Where are my boots? Can I have my boots back, please? There we go. Thought something was off. I was like, why are we so slow? Right, one down. We'll do these just because they're kind of fun. Experimental Crusader Gauntlets of the Turtle. Armor mitigation also applies damage over time. Never going to use those. Echo conquered. Greatwood Visage of Purity. 100% increased minion health. That's got to be pretty high tier. Tier 4. Oh, you know what we didn't do? Which I've just remembered we didn't do. Ooh, increased minion damage shard. I could do with more of those. I've just realised what we didn't do is Gamba Gamba. Should we Gamba Gamba on trying to get the helm this way? Should we do our Gamba Gambas? No, not Portal. I'm going to do it, you know. We're going to use one of these. Rune of Ascendance. Can we... What else? Other, gonna Gamba Gamba. Give me my Squirrel Helm. We got 3 chances at a Squirrel Helm. Are we gonna magic a Squirrel Helm? Wait, what? No forging potential? I'm not forging it. I'm like breaking it up. Okay, well that one doesn't flipping work, does it? Let's try this one then. Boop. Rune of Ascendance. Change the item into a unique or set item. Don't give me set items. Please don't give me set items. Give me Squirrel Helm. 3, 2, 1, go. Well, that doesn't look like a Squirrel Helm, does it? Apex of Thought. Mage Helm. Boo. Boo. Okay. Let's try again. Let's try again. Rune of Ascendance. 3, 2, 1. It's a sign. Mage next. Shush. Stop. Oh, that's not a flipping. That's a set helm. That's a set helm. That's the last thing we want. This thing had 0 forging potential. Have we got we got a helm just lying about on the floor here? Give me a random ass helm. No, I keep pressing T instead of F. Right, one more shot at this. One more shot. Go big or go home. 3, 2, 1. Not looking. Ah, that's not the right one either. Flipping rogue set piece. Okay. Okay. Well, that was shitty. Never lucky. Never lucky. 2 of them we can't even flip and use. Sets. Look, we've even got that one. We've even got Isadora's Revenge. Flipping hell. They're exactly the same. Oh, there is some slight change in the stats on them. Okay. Yeah, Rogue Helm. Great. Excellent. Genius, that. Uniques. What does this do for when we roll a mage? Plus 80 ward per second for you and your allies while standing in your glyph of Dominion. While standing on your glyph of Dominion, 100% of your ignite chance is converted to fire resistant shred chance. 100% of your chill chance is converted to cold resistant shred, and 100% of your shock chance is converted to lightning shred. Plus 2 to buff skills. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like quite a good helm for a mage. I don't know what mages do nowadays, but it sounds pretty decent all the same.
Yes.
Yoink. Anything else of interest in here? What's this? Rejuvenating Osprey Belt of Insulation. 6 potion slots. Okay. I'll just bin that off. We don't need that anymore.
Take care.
Right. Let's keep going. We go again. Anywhere that gives us helms. Anywhere gonna do helm business for us. Anywhere for helms. Nowhere for helms. Well, let's... If there's nowhere for helms, what about this direction? Because this is going to show us a bunch more stuff. How do we get there? Do we what? Should we go glyphs? Glyphs or tomes of experience? We need both. 1, 2... Okay, we'll go this way. That thing had a lot of health. It didn't want to die, did it? Dark Constellation Cleaver. Why would we want this? The minion damage on it. That's 4 minion damage. That's probably worth breaking down. 58 flat void resistance. I can't imagine we're going to slap void resistance in anything. I need to tweak and have a little bit of a play with me loot filter as well. I was looking up loot filters yesterday to try and figure out what the hell's going on with them, to get a touch more comfortable with them. Because I think they're really critical part of the game, and just copying one off a guide is probably not the best approach. Evasive large, nomad idle, dodge rating. What did that say? Damage over time, minion damage over time. That could be useful. +1 summon to wolf. Hello. Yoink. We want exactly that. And we want to smush that where possible into our current helm. So we're going to want to take this. We're going to want to carefully extract level of wolf off it. 3 level wolf shards. Yeah, baby. Right, you get out of there. You get in there. Upgrade you. Upgrade you, preferably without using too much forging potential. Oh, only used 3 forging potential. Beautiful. And again. Oh, damn. Used all 16, but it's tier 5 anyway. GG lol. GG lol. It's trash apart from that, but GG lol. Right, there we go. There's our tier 5. That can just be binned. 160% increased lightning damage. No, I don't want that. Primalist Greatwood Coat of Purity. Tier 5, minion chance to bleed and vitality. For breaking it down, that's not bad. Bone Amulet. Oh, hello. Hello. Big boy Bone Amulet. Physical resistance, necrotic resistance. Cold penetration, elemental resistance. Flat elemental resistance, I like. 12% flat elemental, 25 ward gained on kill. It's not ideal, but we can play with it. We should probably just break this down. Yeah, it's the minion chance to bleed on hit that we need. We kind of want to be a touch careful on this one. No. No. There we go. Anything that pops up orange like this is something that my filter is basically telling me I should just probably break it down rather than equip it or use it. They're things that are not probably not useful, but have rare affixes that you will need. And the ox is health, which is what we're meant to be stacking right now. So this is another one where we should probably be taking the... Hang on, hang on, hang on. Right, pets do pet things. What was it? Yeah, just the fact that it has straight health on it. Although we do have 10 shards for this already. Maybe we just nuke it rather than worry too much about it. Opal ring, plus 11 strength. Tier 6 strength item. There's a good chance we'll use that in the future. I'm still thinking way too much about gear. I know that for a fact. Spend more time killing things and you'll just get more gear by proxy. Learning and testing filters on a more deep level. I wish the tooltip would tell which filter caught the item. This is why I tend to pause and do a lot of stuff when I get the item, because I also agree. If I fill my bags with stuff, then I don't know why I picked that thing up particularly. Whether it now, obviously, you should in theory be able to look at it and go, okay, this is why I got it. But yeah, you're right. It would be helpful if the tooltip would at least say what filter caught it as well. Especially like between play sessions, right? It's somewhat smart, or it feels smart to take all of your items, dump them in a bank tab, do a farming session, put them in a bank tab, and then go back to them and process them all in one go, which sometimes it's going to be harder to do that when you may not remember why you picked something up. Melee attack speed. Sometimes I pick things up and just see how many shards I already have of a thing. So this melee attack speed is what it's showcasing as something that is useful to me. But I've already got 25 shards of these. So this is where maybe I can go back into my filter and say, well, actually, I don't want any more of these anymore because I got plenty of them. So if we put this down here, so Shift F. So it's going to have high value. It didn't. It would be this. Useful affixes for shattering or removal. Of the 11 selected, melee attack speed. I can probably now untick this, just because I've got lots of them already. I've got 25 of them already. And now if I was to update that, you can see the item's now hidden. So I can probably tweak and tune things a little bit. And it will slowly but surely filter down and down and down. Now I don't know what quantity of affixes is plenty, but I guess we'll find out more in the future. I'm going to consider 25 as plenty for now, considering you only need 5 technically to tier 5 a single piece of gear, so 5 would be 5 pieces of gear. I think 25 affix shards is probably plenty. Rare enemies have 35% increased health. .99 health, that's probably maybe useful. Hey, cash monies. Where is this sorcerer? Chance to slow on hit. Is this again something where... okay, we do only have 7 of those, so maybe we will smush it. Now we have more of them. Spider Silk Sash? Not bad. 2 volatile zombies summoned on potion use. 5% increased minion damage. Oh, I've just had a realization. Maybe things like these zombies that are summoned are considered minions, and then when they die, they buff all of your other ones using that death rattle trinket or something. Poison resist, cold resist, potion slots. Bigger poison resist, exactly the same cold resist. My one is substantially better just because of 42% increased minion damage. That's a tier 1. That's a tier 1 experimental. That's terrible. Chance to slow on hit. I need to figure out what we're doing with perps long term. Chance to slow on hit is, I don't know. I'm collecting way too many perps. Dodge rating, increased health. The health is probably why we want this, I would say. And we didn't get any. Boo. Charge the beacon. Oh, I don't mind these charge the beacon ones. Because we just stand around and pet does pet things, it's GG. How do I filter out loot? I'm still kind of a little bit learning the loot filters myself, but I can give a quick, brief rundown. It's a priority system. Wow, did we literally get nothing out of that? It's a priority system, so the things at the top of the list, the things at the top of this list have higher priority than things at the bottom of the list. So you probably want to start off by just hiding everything, and then you want to build on what you actually want it to show more than anything else. So you could say that, right, okay, you want to show items that are specific for your build. You want to show idols that are specific for your build. Now, this does require you to have an idea of what you actually want to find. If you are completely blind, it's going to be hard to use a filter, but... and for example, there are things that you absolutely, definitely, 100% don't want to miss. So you can make it so that it highlights those and shows them in big broad. Like I said, I'm still a little bit learning myself on it, but if you are sort of playing this following a guide and you know what it is you're looking for, there's also a chance that that guide provides you with a basic loot filter to start you off, which is what I've done. But as you play it more and figure out more what works for your build, you can customize it a bit. The interface is a little bit daunting, but I think it's probably actually quite straightforward. You just need to have a read up on it a little bit. Or, you know, read what you can do with it, and it will become more apparent. So like here, for example, this has got of the ox. Now, my filters are set to highlight in bold and turn them orange. So capitalize them and turn them orange if it's of the ox, because this is a rare suffix. It gives increased health. It's quite rare to find under normal circumstances, and it just sort of shows it so that you don't miss it. So I can take this, and then I can pretty much instantly just bin it. And I'll get the get the health shards off it, hopefully. And we did. We got a health shard, and we got an aspect of the Lynx effect shard. Probably won't use that, but... I've actually found that you level up quite quickly in this game. The campaign will get you to like level 50, 55 quite... Oh my god, another one. The campaign gets you to 50, 55, and it seems to be quite hard to go wrong during the campaign. Obviously, if you're playing hardcore, then you probably need to know more about the game before you start playing hardcore. I wouldn't recommend hardcore for a first character while you're learning the aspects of the game. But if you're playing softcore and don't mind dying a few times, it seems to be quite quick to actually play through the campaign, level up. And then once you're sort of around level sort of 60, 70, like I am, you start to naturally have a better understanding of kind of where the direction your build is going in, and you kind of then know instinctively what's good and what's not, and you just set your filters up to hide the stuff you don't want to see, or to emphasize the stuff you do want to see. It works in two ways. One thing I want to do with my filter actually is put stricter rules on exalted items that it shows, because currently it's just showing me everything and I don't really want to see everything. Perps are cool, but I don't need all of them. Level 42 on the Marksman Rogue, doing the side quests as I go and exploring a bit. Yeah, I need to go back and do some more. I've still got a bunch of side quests that I should probably do. Wow, these Ox ones are clearly not actually quite as rare as they were first claimed to be. Health and health. Percentage health and normal health. Damn, didn't get the health off that. Seen the SOD supply boxes are giving 12 gold each now. Well, not all of them. The top tier ones, yes. Top tier ones, but from what I noticed, some of the top tier ones would cost way more than 12 gold to fill in the first place, so I don't think there's much of a gold making opportunity there, but they're the ones from my solid chest farm. Oh really? Okay. I mean if you can fill them cheap enough, sure. If you can fill them cheap enough, can you? If you hit Exalted, can you continue to hand them in though? Or do they then just become trash for you? Can you still hand them in even if you're capped? You must be capped by now, right? Surely? You said the other day you needed like 10, 15 or something. Oh, they're not giving you rep at the minute, but you can still turn them in for... Oh, I see, okay. It's clever. I was hoping this would expose helms, and it's not exposed helms anywhere. This is one of the reasons we were doing, we went down this route to expose some helms, but maybe not. Let's then maybe work up to this one and see what's up this area. Let's go Exalted Shields, and we'll go up this way, I suppose. Oh! Oh! 2 tier 6s. Hello. That's rare. See, that's a really great example of what I want my loot filters to scream and shout about. This puppy dog is dropped. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can you chill, please? What's going on here? Why do these keep spawning every 2 seconds? This has 2 tier 6 affixes on it. Now, I would have wanted my loot filter to go, "Oi, you idiot, pick this up." Like, definitely 100% pick this up, even if they're not perfect. Like, having 2 tier 6s on that is rare as rocking horse. Even if it's not for, like, this character, like, you know. Item drops like this are rare enough in the first place. So maybe we can say... we've got to show all exalted. Can we duplicate that, edit it, show rarity exalted, add condition. With at least 2. You stop. What? Why is it highlighting things in the background? Go away. Is there an all button? An all button wouldn't go amiss. More than or equal to 6. So show exalted items with any actually, can we just say affix none, add condition? No, what? Okay. I guess we do have to do affix. Okay, I guess we do have to select all. With at least two of these affixes on the same item at 6 or more. We want it to recolor. We use red. We want a level above red. We want to maybe highlight them in, like, I don't know, green or something. Green isn't used for anything else particularly, is it? Recolor all exalted items with greater than more 6 tiers of 2 of the affixes. Emphasize. Update. So in theory now, if this was on the floor, boom. Boom. If this drops on the floor, we know, whoa, hang on. Whoa, hang on. This is cool. And now we find out it's an exalted item that's got 2 tier 6 affixes on. Okay, there we go. Do we want a variation of that, actually? Because tier 7 affixes also exist. Do we want to... duplicate that one, then rarity, add a condition, affix, advanced options, more than or equal to 7. With any of these. I don't care if it's for my build or for another build. If it drops with a tier 7 affix on it, I want to know about it. Maybe what we do there is we do the same. We do a recolor. We recolor it the same as what we did last time, which was this green color, was it not? But we emphasize the tier 7 affixes. Oh, I don't know. We'll just have it the same. So it makes them this color, bolds them if it turns up with a tier 7. Either the 2 tier 6s or 1 tier 7 we want to know about. That's basically what I'm doing here. And regular tier 6, regular exalted items, it's currently set to show all of them, but we are going to tailor this soon. Is it possible to set an item that I need for build or similar? So you probably... honestly, I don't know. I'm still learning these filters myself. I cannot claim to be a pro on this yet. I'm somewhat figuring it out as I go along myself a little bit, but I don't think the way the system works, you want to strictly only find one item. Because the way the crafting system works is often an item, you don't want to exclude an item entirely. You just want to make sure that it only excludes an item when it's only got trash stuff on it. If that makes sense. Because even a bad item might have an affix on it that you want. And you can always break it down to get that affix shard. That's kind of the point. This is why the filters are quite powerful. Oh, 74. 74 also means we can upgrade our braces. How you doing, Innkeeper? Welcome in, by the way. Yeah, I'm having almost too much fun with this, if I'm going to be honest. This is already feeling kind of what I wanted Diablo 4 to be last year, and it just wasn't. And now I'm like, oh, okay, this is something I can get my teeth into. Feeling good. Oh my lord, okay. So this is the thing, right? It's now I want to probably be a little bit more tight on what perps we see. So you like purple, noted. I like perps, but I do definitely... Have these all got endurance on them? Every single one of these is tier 6 endurance. Was that by design? It's odd. Like, those two have exactly the same suffixes and prefixes on them. Now I'm looking at my equipped one, you flipping moron. See, I still cannot get my head of what... For me, the one on the right-hand side is the one that I have equipped. I get this wrong every time. Stash of purples soon. Yeah, I've already got way too many purples. I need to start smushing them down. I don't really understand the legendary thing particularly. Legendary items. Legendary item is a composite item made of a unique and an exalted. Unique items must have at least one legendary potential on them, up to 4. And the exalted item must have exactly 4 unsealed affixes. The exalted item can have a sealed affix, it just cannot be then added to the legendary item. When combining in the Eternity Cache, you're guaranteed a legendary item. The Eternity Cache is located within the Temple or Sanctum dungeon. Running high tiers of the dungeon will allow you to create legendaries out of higher level uniques. So a set of Keeper's Gloves and a set of Outcast Gloves get smushed together to produce these Keeper's Gloves. Now, this has 3 legendary potential on it, presumably meaning it will absorb, it keeps its main stats, so poison resist, minion resist, chance to summon a swarm of bees. It keeps its own stats, but it will then absorb 3, up to 3, because of the legendary potential, off the Outcast Gloves. And in this scenario, it's taken the increased melee attack speed, the mana, and the fire resistance, but it did not take the health. Presumably, if it's only got 1 legendary potential, it will only take 1 of the 4. The legendary item is the same as the unique item, with affixes added to it from the exalted item. The number of affixes selected is equal to the legendary potential of the unique item used. The affixes are selected at random and cannot be influenced. The quantity of legendary potential that a unique item drops with is influenced mainly by the level of the zone which it drops in, but corruption also increases it slightly. Increased rarity mods, character level, or any other modifications will have no effect. Okay. The amount of legendary potential that a unique item will generally drop with is relative to the item's base power. High-powered or very well-scaling unique items will on average drop with less legendary potential than low-power or leveling uniques. This is done so that most unique items have a more similar overall power potential. Okay, so you can get some really juicy sort of leveling. So this obviously goes to show some of uniques in the game are designed for you to use whilst leveling, and some of them are designed for endgame. Your leveling ones, the ones that you're going to use whilst leveling up initially, are likely to come with more legendary potential, mostly because they're not really going to be that useful to you at endgame anyway. But your endgame uniques, it's going to be much harder to get high legendary potential on them. But that's your end game. That's your end game, right? You not only are you target farming uniques or trying to farm uniques, you're farming uniques with high legendary potential as well. Okay. So what you basically want to do is you want to find exalted versions of the gear that you care for most. So your exalted filters want to act pretty much the same as your regular filters, in all honesty. Other than maybe scenarios where it drops with like 2 tier 6 or something on it. But so picking up and finding every single flipping exalted item right now is madness. Actual madness. Because they're clearly not that rare. They're rare whilst you're leveling, but when you're 70 plus, they stop being rare. Right? I've already got flipping hundreds of perps. They're not that rare. So we do want to filter these down a touch more effectively. Similar to how we filter down the rest of the items, I guess. So let's just look at like braces, for example. Gloves. So our gloves, for this build, it says there's 4 different types of gloves we want. We want plated gauntlets, because they have high armor and high endurance. Crusader gauntlets, ascetic gloves, and eternal gauntlets. Any one of those 4 we want to see. And they need to have at least 2 of these affixes on them. Which are minion damage, minion health, chance to shred armor on hit, or hybrid health of the giant. Melee attack speed and strength on them. So that's basically what we want on those braces. Magic rare and exalted. Okay. Do I just want... Do I just want to stop seeing all exalted items and treat them the same? Do I want to just turn that off? So that I only see exalted items, because these will kick in first. If an exalted item drops that is of a piece of gear that we actually need, I don't need that there. I'm going to see how that works temporarily. It will still show ones that have 2 tier 6s or a tier 7 on them. But it will hide everything else unless it applies to be something that I might actually want to use at some point anyway. Why else would I want to pick up these exalted items? high value affixes is the highest priority anyway. So if something drops with minion critical strike multiplier, added minion melee crit chance, level of wolf, summon frenzy totem, if something of that nature drops anyway, it's going to show it regardless. Okay. I'm going to try that for a little bit, see if that... See, it's still showing all of these, even with that loot filter on. I would assume that most of these would then disappear. What's my shield set to? Five affixes that I care about on a shield. Resistance and armor. So... Of defense, of defiance will show. Of guardians, of protective, of the defender will show. Which is not any of these. So I'm confused to why these are still showing. Ah, mad level confused. Maybe these do just have... Do I have, like, block effectiveness? This is why you should make your own filter, by the way. This is 100% why you should make your own filter and not borrow an internet one. Because then you know what it's doing. Right now I'm getting more confused predominantly by the fact that I just don't know why it's showing all of these when I don't think it should be showing any of them realistically. Keep in mind that all the rules above that rule will apply first. Yeah, so unique set items, high value affixes, experimental affixes. These aren't experimental, but I can it's clearly not any of those. Sets and uniques show them. Crit strike, minion, wolf, frenzy. Well, those are not on any of them. And it would recolor them red if it were. So it's got nothing. It's not this. It's not this. It's not experimental. So it must be something to do with shields. But if we turn shields off and we turn that off, they still show. So something else must be showing them. We've got show exalted items off as well. Maybe, actually, this one needs that updated. No. Close your filter window, then press X twice. It's still showing them, and I don't know why. Update. Why is that not update? Ah, okay. Hang on, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So it's still saying that this one is useful to pick up because it has a suffix, a stat on it that is worthwhile breaking down for, but the other ones it is now got rid of. Show all exalted items. If we then come out, it shows everything. We don't want it to show everything anymore. Only show me good shit and shit that is actually useful. Okay, okay. I think we might be there. Sorry, that has taken me 17,000 times longer to figure out what the crack is with that. But I think that's much better for me. Right. Sorry, that took a month of Sundays longer than it should have done. But this is how I learn. I learn by fiddling and tweaking and playing with stuff. And sometimes it takes a bit of time. Oh my god, we need to fix the idols though. Lord have mercy, we need to fix these idols. Unique small Etherean idol. 12% more hit damage if you only have one singularity equipped. You cannot deal critical strikes. What? 20% more damage if you only have one of these equipped. What? Hang on, I'm so confused. What the hell are these? I didn't know we could get, like, unique idols. Since when did they turn up? You cannot deal crits. Why would that be considered a bonus? I don't know. Okay, sure. If you're a build that isn't focused, if your critical strike chance is low anyway, you can, I guess, just nuke it into the floor and make it so you can't crit, but in turn you just do 20% more damage anyway. If your base damage is so high, but it seems like a catch because critting is nearly always the best way to increase your DPS. Unless you are specific. That seems very specific. That's like, okay, you're doing something weird and wacky deliberately, you know why that's good. If you have to question why that's good, it probably isn't good. is the way it feels for me. Can we do something with these idols, though? Recolor build idols. And then... So, any idols that are then this green colour are ones that we might actually need. These ones are ones we can just leave because they're dum-dum. But we still see them. And if they are bold and recoloured, then we definitely want to pick them up. Okay. Why would we still want to see them if we definitely don't want them, though? This is one of the things. I think this is maybe where my understanding of the filters is failing me, because I'm like, well, if you don't want to see something, hide it. That's kind of the point. Show me the shit I do want to see. Why would I want to see something that I don't want? I don't know. Clearly my caffeine hasn't kicked in this morning because I'm my brain doesn't seem to function properly. Of the turtle, tier 4 move speed, that's kind of handy. What was that? Two-handed mace, hello. Shadow beacon. We'll look at that in a minute. Ha! Deleted. Deleted from existence. Maybe your filter was built with trading the auction house in mind, then you need to sell all the high value items. That's also possibly true. This is equally, once again, why I still think it is of great interest to people to make their own. And I might actually look at doing that. Build one from the ground up, because then, you know, if nothing else, then you know why it's doing a thing. I think I'm getting skamazed because I didn't build it in the first place. I don't know what it's trying to do. But yeah, you're right. If you're going with the bazaar, you probably want to just pick up things that might be worth to others as well to be able to sell. In fact, you definitely will. So that's maybe where your showing the idols might be. Idols might be a big seller thing on the bazaar, maybe. That could be. That's probably a good logic there. Good logic. This is why I keep smart people about. Stops me from looking too dumb. Or should I say, I am very thankful that smart people hang around. Oh, that's going to be a helms. Let's expose the surrounding area this way. Idols are something you want to gather a good collection of a variety of stats, as they're easy to swap out for resistances and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably not wrong there. As I proved earlier, I reconfigurabobbed my idols quite quickly to catch up on resistances. Takes the pressure off your gear a little bit. probably the minion health on that, I would guess. So like now it's hidden this because it's not build defining. Okay, that's fine. It's nice that it's rare, it's nice that it's got a shiny affix, but if it's not build defining, I don't want it. It's highlighted this without recoloring it or doing anything fancy. Lots of armor, lots of potion slots. Lightning damage, minion damage, lightning resist, cooldown recovery speed. Increased cooldown recovery speed is kind of cool. You even got into last Epoch? I like my ARPGs. I'm showcasing that I'm clearly not the best at them, but I do like my ARPGs. That hack and there's something oddly satisfying about just hack and slash. Every 6 months or so, I would go back and play Diablo 3, whichever the season was at the time. Scratch that itch. While I didn't necessarily always do too much of it on stream or for like YouTube content or anything, it was often something I did offline. But with Diablo 4 being a swing and a miss for me, I mean, I understand ARPGs often get a touch repetitive and a bit grindy, but Diablo 4 was just the extreme. This is, so far at least, feeling very nice. I'm enjoying this a lot. Diablo 4 had too many of what I would consider Blizzard butts in it. Anybody that's watched my World of Warcraft content for a while will understand my phrase Blizzard butt. It's kind of this sort of almost arrogancy that Blizzard have, that if you're going to have fun, you're going to do it our way. And that if we are going to give you something, we must take something, or we must make you work for it in some way, shape or form. You know, oh, here's a quality of life function, but, or here's a way to get a reward, but. It's all too frequent with Blizzard games, and Diablo 4 was quite heavy on those. If you want to get this thing, you have to do this other thing that you don't particularly want to do, sort of thing. It's hard to describe exactly. Oh my god, armor and minion armor, that's big numbers. It's hard to describe, but this seems to give you just a lot more freedom, right? A lot more just go out and play, go out and explore. Now, it might be honeymoon season still. It might, I'm not dismissing that fact, but it's still fun for the moment. Do I actually want to? Maybe. I haven't got any negatives on me. Maybe I want to bang these out and reset it. Reset the stability. Diablo 3 is not that bad, it's just short AF. Well, it's arcade mode, you know, it's developed over the years, it's developed more and more into an arcadey one. You know, you smash, you pump for a few days and then it's GG. It's not anything serious. There's no longevity to it. And that's kind of what people were hoping from Diablo 4, that it was going to turn up, it was going to be new, it was going to be fresh, it was going to have, You know, that longevity that people kind of wanted from D3 for a while. D3 is good for, you know, a pump and dump. Just to run in, smash your face against the wall for a while, and then be on your way.
Greetings.
And people wanted something a little bit more juicy to get their teeth into a D4. That 100-hour, that 200-hour play experience. But the leveling was quite fun in Diablo 4. The first time you did your leveling, up until about level 70 at least, anyway. By the time you'd then cleaned your map, as the phrase often was, you'd done all of the side quests, you'd unlocked all of your... I can't remember what they're even called now. You'd unlocked all of your enchants. I can't remember the right terminology. But, you know, once you had cleaned the map and you were just in the, okay, now I just need to farm XP. And the way of farming XP was to run the same place over and over and over again until your eyes bleed. The appeal ran out. And then when seasons came around and they were like, oh yeah, by the way, now you can do this all again. We were like, nah. I still remember very fondly with Diablo 3 how Preach played Diablo 3 not being a big ARPG fan. He played Diablo 3, worked through the campaign, and then got prompted to do it all again on a higher difficulty. And he was like, nope. And that was the last he played of it. Like, this is the problem, right? If you're going to make something repetitive, it needs to be different enough for it to feel worth you doing again. Just straight up doing the campaign again on Torment difficulty or hard difficulty, then doing it again on Torment. Like, no, I'm not going to run this same campaign 4 times just because. Last Epoch so far feels creative enough so that that's not so much of a thing. That there's, you know, a couple of different paths you can take and you are restricted. Even though you can switch, you can either go trading or you can go the telescope route. I can't remember the flipping names of stuff right now, but you know, there's plus there's the replayability that leveling doesn't actually, once you have an idea of what you're doing, leveling doesn't take that long. No room. No room? Hello? What? Oh my god. It's difficult though, right? Because everybody's played Diablo, and everybody's played Diablo a lot, whether it's Diablo 2, Diablo 3, Diablo 4. Like, the classes, you kind of know what to expect from them each and every time. And it's very difficult to replicate your first experience in a game more than once. Games would love to sell you replayability, but they have to make sure that it's different enough for it to still feel justified. Last time I jumped into D3 season hardcore a couple of years ago, went top 10 ladder on Crusader, quit 10 days after because it takes like 1 to 2 days to gather all of the gear and build. And after that, you're just scaling it. It's just like a bit of a clicker game. That's what Diablo 3 was designed for, though. I don't really object to that because that's, in essence, what Diablo 3 was actually kind of good at. It was good that you could just you could power through Diablo 3. That was part of it. I enjoyed that aspect of it. I'm not going to lie. I liked the arcadey aspect that you could go and you could do a season, and there would be something in the season that would be different enough, but it wasn't a big commitment, right? You could power through a Diablo 3 season in a few days if you wanted to, if you knew what you were doing and where you were going because you'd done it before, and that was fine. Smash it for a few days, have fun, then put it down. 20 hours, 40 hours, you know, not a problem in Diablo 3. Because it was fun and arcadey whilst you were doing it, right? Diablo 4 came along, and it didn't have the same level of enjoyment, and they quadrupled the amount of time investment. So it did become a significant investment. And with that significant investment, you'd want something more than just an arcadey hack and slash. And it couldn't provide, but it didn't provide it for me anyway. Like I said, I'm still very cautious that I could be in the honeymoon phase with last Epoch. But there's still no denying it just feels more solid. It feels more robust. It feels a lot more rounded. It's proving that this is a good example of a game that has used early access constructively. It's used early access as a way to build a name for itself, as a way to take on player feedback, as a way to keep some revenue flowing whilst development is occurring, and is showcasing the benefits of it now. Diablo, being Blizzard and being AAA, has the problem that they make the game internally to their own specifications at extreme levels of cost, and then have to hope that when they give it to people, that people like it. But there's seemingly probably twice as much development that's gone on behind the scenes for Diablo 4, internal development, right? Without any player feedback, because it was all secretive. We knew it was coming, but we hadn't seen it. And as it turns out, it took them twice as long, twice as much money to produce half as good of a product. So maybe this is not me for reference. This is not me advocating early access, because a lot of companies do early access just as a cash grab. But last Epoch feels like the early access has been very well utilized. The slab. Chance to shred armor on hit. That's an important one for the build. So Maze, 260 people in the last Epoch this weekend. While I think it would have been even more if people could log on. I don't know how Steam puts those numbers together, whether you've actually got to be logged on or whether you've just got the client open or not. But yeah, it shows there's a healthy desire for a solid ARPG. Path of Exile's been out for a long time. Path of Exile is incredibly bloated. Diablo 3 was fun but was showing its age. Diablo 4 turned up and was a disappointment. What was the other one? Lost Ark seemed too microtransaction-y. Far too easy for you to too much of a cash grab, dump too much money into it. People just want a fun game to play. It's not rocket science. Right, boss time. Let's do the boss. See, the problem is now, these are going to drop and I'm going to be like, oh, what is it? Nuke his ass.
My shadow will cover this world once more.
Can I tank this? Bit of potion use, we can tank that. Oh, okay, we can tank it, just about. I don't think we can tank this one.
This hate, this despair, oblivion burns within me. This world earned its truth. Do you deny it?
Boom!
This world is all
What have we got in currently? Void resistance, plus health, 2% spell damage leech, health gain on block. No, all of those are trashed here. I'll keep my void resistance, please. Slapped. Atrophy. Critical strike multiplier. Chance to chill on hit suffixes. No room. Critical strike multiplier would be nice. One of those. I'll take it. This. Probably. Okay, the endurance I would guess, but I don't really need to shatter that. Okay. Why did we pick these up? Increased minion damage, I would assume. We've got 19 of these already. Oh, this was the chance to shred armor on hit. Oh, we've got 14 of those shards already. Okay. See, this is the thing, right? I'm already starting to find that some stuff I've got plenty of. Plenty. I don't know how many plenty really is, but some at least. Buried 2 primalists already, 74 and 85 levels on Lagoon, leveling another now. That Lagoon boss, the tentacle dude is annoying, isn't he? I've killed him a couple of times, and boy oh boy does he get under my teeth, that tentacle dude. Do we really need more movement speed shards? Like, I don't know, sure, whatever. Oh, we got 1. How do we reset this? I'm very confused how I can reset this. Is there a way to reset this, or does it just keep going? Is this where we started from? Wow, I've gone a long way in this direction. Surely there's an end to this, right? I keep seeing rare helms. I want unique helms. Unique helms is what we're after. I need to reconfigure above a few squirrel things actually. For now, let's I'll worry about those in a minute. Have we got? Oh my lord! I got 2 skills over here. 2 wolf points. Deal more damage. Hard to turn away more damage, right? Tough to turn away just more damage. Have more damage and dodge rating. Okay, so that's probably more important than just flat damage because we get 2 things from that. And it's tripled if Howl is used recently. Right, let's cap that. Cap that for sure. Attacking faster and moving faster. Definitely a bonus. So let's cap that as well. Okay. Completing this echo resets this timeline's web of echoes. However, the stability, active modifiers, and quest echo progress persists. Corruption increases the damage and health of enemies, but also the rarity of items they drop, and the rarity of echo-specific rewards. Ah, okay. So that is what we... Okay, I've apparently found some of these a few times and just somehow managed to ignore them. 9 corruption, 9 corruption. So the more corruption... Ah, okay, so you want to hunt... Okay, so what it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong here, once you've obviously defeated the boss a couple of times, you want to hunt down these to build the corruption, to build the rewards. Okay, well let's do this then. That should reset the whole thing. I think. Let's do this first and then we'll do a reset, I guess. Unless that ends up being like... Okay. Grab the shrine. Ow! Can you leave me alone? There we go. Beautiful. B-E-A beautiful. Shield of Sparks. Trash. A good one to break stuff down on. Because it's... Okay, a good one to break. Blow it up. And then one to not... One to pay attention to. Why is that super duper mega important? Minion critical strike multiplier, tier 3. Probably because of that. Once again, I want to know why it's showing that as super duper mega important. The fact that it's coloured it red means it must have high value affixes on it. And it must have one of what? Primalist. Minion critical strike multiplier. Which it did. Okay. Minion critical strike multiplier. Is that super important for me to have on my helm, I presume then? I would imagine it is. Minion critical strike multiplier and level of warmth is priority. So once again, I think we take this not to use it, but to break it down to get the shards off it, I would guess. If we throw this in here, yeah, we've only got 3 shards for this. So we could do with some more shards for this. And we could maybe then try and not do a shatter, but do a rune of removal to increase our odds. And we got the one we wanted first time. Nice. That in theory means now what we kind of could do, not on our current helm because it's capped, unfortunately. But if we get another good helm, we've then got some shards to itemize it nicely. We have the problem that this has got 0 forging potential. It's got our tier 5 level of wolf on it now. If we shatter that and we don't get our wolf shards back, I'm going to cry. It's still good for now though. And that means that's just dead to us. Oh, gearing is a brain. Breaks my brain. It really does. In a good way though. I'm enjoying the learning approach. I'm enjoying trying to figure this shit out. Oh yeah, that's our one that's got 2. What's this? Dead to us. Spell damage for crows, hopefully. Yeah, these are ones we picked up, but we don't really need. No, hang on. No, my loot filter is. I dare I say it, I think my loot filter is just incorrect. Because I do think, because this has got strength on it, surely a tier 6 strength prefix is something I do care about. I'm assuming it probably is. Did I not spend these 2 points? What's going on here? Oh, because I took the helm out, so it took the points back. I guess. I don't know. Let's assume it's fine for now. So has that reset this then? No, we haven't done the reset now. Now if we do this, it resets the whole thing. And will give me 9 corruption, resets the web. Okay. Wait, what?
You and I are bound by the same chains, traveler. Oblivion.
Tank it? Yes. Die already! Die already! Why are you not dying already? There we go. Siphon of Anguish with legendary potential. 1% of melee damage leeches health. 1.9% of void damage leeches health. Leech rate, movement speed. Chance to apply Doom, void penetration with Doom. I don't know what Doom is. And a Belt of the Ox. So that should have reset it now. Is that what we're saying? Don't need to dodge, stand there, take it. Well, see if you can tank it, tank it. Why stress yourself out? That's my approach. If you can tank it, tank it. Ah, there we go. Now it's reset, but it's reset and we have some corruption. 9 corruption. Your actions within this timeline have drawn the attention of Oribis. Oh my god, that's too much like Ouroboros for me. The threat you face has grown in power as the void draws closer. Corruption is changed by defeating the shade of Ouroboros. Defeating a shade far from the center of the timeline increases corruption, whilst defeating a shade closer may reduce it. Ah, that's how you do it. Okay, so you can balance the difficulty of it with corruption. And if it starts to get a bit too stressful for you, you can tone it in by resets the echo web and reduces your corruption. So if it starts to get a little bit too over the top for you. Oh, that's clever. I really like this already. Allows you to target stuff that you might want. E.g. helms. Let's go. Build your corruption. Clever. Off topic, are you replenishing guild members in Rumble? I'm switching guild. I will be honest with you, I've stopped playing Rumble. Until they fix it. They've dropped the ball on Rumble. My money, you've heard it here first. By the end of the year, they'll have cancelled Rumble. They've dropped the money on it, dropped the ball. It's a shame, because it had potential, but they're getting absolutely clowned on by the competition. And they just can't get the app to work properly. I can't remember the last time I even loaded into Rumble. So I apologise for people in the guild. I can hand it, I don't know if I can hand it over to somebody else, if somebody else wants to run it, but at the moment, Rumble's not on my radar at the moment, unfortunately. One of the biggest problems is that it's just too goddamn slow. For a mobile game, you spend more time in loading screens than you do playing the game, which is not what you want from a mobile game. So yeah, if it's hand overable, I'm more than willing to hand it over to people, somebody, if there's still active players in it. How do we get that box? Ooh, a bow. Look at my great wood. Ah, summon. Wolf summon, yes please. And what was the bow? Gathering Fury. Can't use bows anyway. They're just good to look at. Chance to shred armor on hit. We need to go down this way. Not recommended to grind corruption levels before you've done the last 3 monolith islands for the level 100 versions. Okay, yeah, I see that's probably quite sensible. I'm mostly doing it to target Farmer Helm, if I'm honest. The general rule, that's probably a very strong general rule, but I'm looking for a very specific build-defining Helm, which is easier to come by from here, I think, or what I've been informed. So I'm spending a bit of time here anyway. If it increases the chances, it's all gravy. And no, I'm not playing on hardcore. I did think about playing on hardcore, and then I came to my senses. a new game that I don't know how the itemization or skills work in it yet. And a game that has got some pretty tragic server issues, or has had some pretty tragic server issues in the last few days. And more importantly, if I was going to, one of the big things for me about playing hardcore was that I didn't really want to, if I was playing on hardcore, I would want to only be able to play it while streaming. Because, you know, if I were to die, that's the clip, right? And a game like this is likely something that I would probably play, or definitely have the desire to play a little bit offline as well. I wouldn't want to restrict my play just to online sessions, if that makes sense. We might play, you know, we might do, once I know a little bit more about the game, we might do some hardcore just for lols. Minion Critical Strike multiplier, yoink. It might only be tier 2, but I'm quite sure we could do with the shards on that. Oh, we didn't get it, boo. You win some, you lose some. Helms. You playing trade or SSF? I went the SSF route. I know the inner goblin in me wanted to go the trade route. But I kind of want to save that for a second playthrough, really. Like I said, this is, for me, this feels a lot like just a learning playthrough, you know? First playthrough, follow a bit of a guide, figure out you know, get my feet on the ground, and then we can go full goblin mode and do silly things and make our own builds and customize loot filters to our heart content and that sort of stuff, if that makes sense. There's plenty of time for a challenge, let's put it that way.
Greetings.
I know it's a big thing for sort of streamers to go hardcore for, you know, to show their...
What brings you here?
To show their superiority, but I've never been so much about that. Because I'm not self-conscious, I'm self-aware enough to know that I'm not the best at video games, but I enjoy playing them a lot.
Safe travels.
I don't understand how people survive in PoE hardcore. Yeah, you've got to be a bit of a glutton for punishment, I think, playing Path of Exile hardcore. Because it would be so easy to blink, accidentally find yourself in the wrong map, and then you're just GG, well played. You're just dead.
Yes? Yes?
Slay the dragon, slay the dragon. Sure, we'll take that. There's some private league hardcore that some streamer arranged, like boss fighting, and the reward was money. Flipping hell. I saw the other day, actually, some of the earnings from the WoW MDI. And I'm like, after seeing them, I cannot genuinely understand how anybody competes in the MDI. How is the prize pool for the World of Warcraft MDI so tragic? Like, the winners were earning less than a month's salary at an average job. Like, like even the winners of the MDI are on poverty level. How is that? Like, I understand doing it for the fun of it, but at the same time, if you want an esport to be competitive, you got to put some money where your mouth is, Blizzard. Holy shit. Paid in exposure, telling me. No wonder so many of the no wonder so many of them like are live streaming 18 hours a day. They have borderline no choice but not to. I think people do it for fun and to advertise their streams afterwards. Yeah, it's wild. I think that the top players made like less than $2,000 for winning. It's like, what? What? $2,000 for some people is a lot of money, but not if you're an adult. In my opinion, you shouldn't be making an esport out of MMO games. Oh, I agree. I agree. While it doesn't strictly mold World of Warcraft that heavily, I don't think. I do also believe at the same time that there's a lot of what is implemented in WoW is to facilitate these game modes. Like, I've had a hot take for a while that doesn't go down well when I talk about it too much, hence I don't talk about it too much, but it's that I don't think Mythic Plus is good for the game at all. I get people enjoy it, but I don't think the concept of Mythic Plus is good for the game. And things like the MDI only go to push more emphasis on to Mythic Plus. And I just don't think it's good for the overall scope of an MMORPG. Mostly because too many people seem to feel obliged to do Mythic Plus, even though it's not the content that they would actively choose to do. Like, if you want to raid on a competitive level nowadays, you are almost forced to do Mythic Plus. You cannot raid on a competitive level without doing Mythic Plus. Which is odd for me, because to be competitive at raiding, you should be really good at raiding. I'm not sold. We had this problem for years and years and years with PvP, that people felt the only way to be good at PvP was to also raid, and the only way to be good at raiding was to also PvP, and vice versa. And I guess there's some element that you should be... These are modes in the game that are there for a reason, but it wasn't just a casual, you can be a little bit better by doing these game modes. It was like, these game modes are just mandatory too. If you want to be competitive at, you know, at one aspect of the game, you have to be doing all aspects of the game. And that is pushing people to do things that they are not particularly wanting to do. Chasing a carrot on a stick. And that level of reward doesn't last very long. It draws out a lot of resentment in players. And is part of the problem with Blizzard's reward structure in the game as a whole. There's way too much emphasis on grinding something that you don't particularly want to be doing just to get something else, if that makes sense. And it catches... People get caught in this weird loop with WoW. and I've been suckered into this as well. People get caught in the weird loop with WoW of that you play WoW because it's a routine, that you play WoW because it's something that you do every day, and you very quickly realise that, hang on, half of this stuff, like 3/4 of this stuff I'm not enjoying. I'm spending 7 hours a week doing shit I don't want to do, so then I can do something for 3 hours on a Friday night with some mates. That's not how a video game should work, in my opinion. The very second a video game stops being fun, you should put it down, and it's very, very difficult to counter that. And WoW over the years, retail WoW especially, not classic here, but retail WoW is more and more and more and more and more driving people into like routines and lockouts and like farming things that they don't strictly want to do, for the hope and to extend their enjoyment factor by a small amount in the one thing that they do want to do. I closed all 20 keys in WoW this season, was doing weekly vault runs with guildies. People try and get me into 26, 28 key pushes, just don't want to. Because I know the community's cancerous AF and I just want to have fun in the game. Yeah, I mean, if you, this is it, right? It's, you should do stuff for as much as you want to be doing it. I'd like to see some spec lockout in the MDI. It's so boring seeing the same team set up over and over. Play something one game, can't be the same in second on. I mean, that would switch it up for sure. It would push more players to either have more ults or even for like, you know, because the MDI it's 5 people, right? But why would you not have a mini roster? Why would you not have 7, 8, 9, or 10 people that all cover the different classes, for example? And yeah, some spec lockout system could be quite an interesting twist. That could be a seasonal twist, I suppose. Counter some of this sort of everybody plays the same every time, maybe. I don't know. My opinion isn't particularly all that valid on Mythic Plus, though, I have to admit, because I don't play Mythic Plus. It's like me telling, you know, who am I to say how a certain game mode should play when it's not for me in the first place? I would not have a reason to play WoW outside of Mythic Plus. The MDI is trash, but the Great Push is amazing. See, this is it. I have no objection. Let me clarify for a second. I have absolutely no objection that if you enjoy one aspect of the game, you go and do it. Like, that's not what I'm saying here. You absolutely go and do it. My frustration is more along the lines of that Blizzard sees World of Warcraft as one game, and has for the longest of time had the golden trio of 3 different endgame activities: PvP, Mythic Plus in more recent years, and raiding. PvP and raiding being the 2 for the longest of time. Now, I was always very much in the camp of that if you wanted to just PvP and be good at player versus player combat, then that was the road that you went. I never enjoyed the fact that PvPers would feel obliged to go into the raid, and vice versa. If you're going to make specific endgame modes that very much tailor towards a certain individual or certain play style, you want as little crossover between them as possible, I think. Otherwise, you have this issue where people are going to feel that they have to do this for 5 hours so they can do this for 5 hours. Sure, it's great for engagement metrics from a business perspective, but I think it's pretty dog-do from an actual long-term player perspective. And adding Mythic Plus into the mix only complicated things. And also, for me, the issue with Mythic Plus being the fact that it's actually repeatedly grindable, and the gearing through Mythic Plus is virtually on par with raiding. And so you can get a huge leg up in the raid by grinding Mythic Plus for a whole bunch of time as well. It's just a synergy that I don't think fits. It's like, like I said, I'm not a fan of this whole forced activity in some content that many people would probably rather not do. If you enjoy pushing keys, you should be able to just find a bunch of mates and push keys. You shouldn't have to then also be killing mythic bosses and finding 15 other people to go do mythic raiding with just to be good at that 5-man activity, which, you know, it's I don't know, there's a word for it and I can't think of what it is. It just feels kind of backwards that if you want to push keys and you want to push for, I don't know. Like I said, my perspective on this probably isn't all that valid because, well, that end game play is not for me anyway. Somebody, oh, I wish I could remember which guild it was now. One of the GMs of a reasonably top-end guild posted on the, they're a community council member by the looks of things. They posted on the community council forums some perceived changes that they would like to see in raiding. And it was quite an interesting read. I don't have a link to it to hand, but if you look on the community council, I imagine it's drawn quite a lot of attention. Some of the views were probably a little decisive, but some of them I think a lot of people would agree with as well. At least they haven't tried to make raiding an esport yet. This is what this guild leader said. He was saying that, you know, he understands that the Race to World First is a thing, but even though Blizzard claim they're not tailoring the game towards that, they're not tailoring it in spite of that either, you know. They're relatively neutral. They're more than happy to let the Race to World First be a thing. They're not actively trying to make... They're not focusing on the 1%, but they're not focusing on the 1%, which is arguably the same thing. I probably didn't word that quite as well, quite as succinctly as this guild GM did, but... Let's do the boss. WoW was great because many people found something to do in the game. Like you, for example, making gold. In 2005, I had a friend who made a couple of gold caps. Never even made it to level 60, but on the other hand, I had a feeling that Blizzard withdraws all the fun out of the game. Like, for example, I feel like in Dragonflight, they removed a lot of ways to make gold. It just doesn't feel right. It's... I think they go into it with absolute what's the right word? My words are failing me today big time. They try their best. They don't go into it with... They're not trying to destroy the game. But I think one of the biggest problems, more than anything else, is they are so big of a business nowadays that I don't think a lot of developers actually get the luxury of doing what they want to do, if that makes sense. There is a sense and there is a feeling of the absolutely everything is done to a minimum viable product before it gets shipped. That they've been chasing their tail for years at this point.
My vengeance will be paid in
Oh, I can tank that. I would rather not have tanked it though.
this hate, this despair. Oblivion burns within me.
This feeling of them chasing their tail, in terms of that, you know, there's either where has he gone? There's either the problem that they're not releasing content fast enough, or when they are releasing content at a decent cadence, it's trash content. They can't seem to find that middle ground where players are both content and also they're able to have enough time to actually develop something worthwhile. And they seem to have realised that they can absolutely smash an expansion launch, but after that they almost instantly turn their focus off the expansion that they've just launched, and it entirely goes on to whatever the next one is going to be. Their 0.0 patches are like their, you know, if you were to take the Blizzard development time and the Blizzard effort as a combined, as a pie chart, probably 80% of all of their effort is put into the 0.0 patch, the expansion launch. 20% is the rest of the expansion, and so hence why it wouldn't surprise me if we start getting faster expansions, because the 0.0 patches, when we get that full reset and it feels fresh and new and everybody starts from the same level, they seem to be able to absolutely smash that out the park. From a marketing perspective, from a sales perspective, from a player enjoyment perspective, and then it very rapidly goes downhill. And so, as a business, why would you not try and capitalize on those peaks more often? Why would you try and stick to a 2-year cycle when 18 months of that cycle you're just treading water, trying to keep your head above, you know, you're desperately doing everything you can to keep those players for 18 months, because you have 6 months of incredible expansion launch and then 18 months of just like basically nothing, skeleton teams, average content at best. So it makes a lot of sense to me that they're now going to try and do 3 expansions in one go, and they're going to focus on the launches of these expansions, and I would very much expect the next 3 expansions to be significantly shorter than what we've been used to with the 2 years previously, because it just makes sense, right? It's super difficult to argue. If you have the most players having the most fun during the first 6 months of an expansion, then why would you not want to replicate that experience more frequently? Why wait 2 years to do it when you could do it every year or every 18 months? I think ever since BFA, maybe earlier, they've had items that you could buy for around $1 gold worth of token. Feels so calculated to make me spend more money. Well, I mean, that arguably a lot of that's to do with the players, in terms of the fact that I pretty much was telling people, and many others drew this same conclusion for themselves, right? That as and when a new rank of legendaries turned up in Shadowlands, the best price to list it for was at or around a token, because that was kind of the psychological upper limit that people would be willing to pay, because they could see if a token gives you 250k gold, and their Lego that they need, that they know is going to last them, or they hope is going to last them 6 months, they can see a real dollar value to that. And they'll pay up to 250k, but as soon as they have to start buying a second token, then they're going to, no. And so there is a bit of a player issue with that as well. They flipped it on its head in Dragonflight. With the fact that they didn't want that, the feedback in Shadowlands was very much that players were not happy buying this one power boost, which they initially suspected that, players were sold the fact that you'd buy your legendary and you'd upgrade it through the expansion, which was partly true, although class balance would often dictate that you would change your legendary from one to another. We had one patch in Shadowlands where it was you would have like where things weren't competing with tier sets, and so your legs and your chest and your shoulders, high value items, were the best ones to put your legendary on. Then all of a sudden tier sets came and everybody wanted their legendaries on an off tier set piece, so all of a sudden Shadowgast rings became a thing, and so there was manufactured reasons for you to swap your legendary to stay optimal. So it wasn't strictly true that you'd buy one and just level it up, but of course in 9.0 everybody assumed that was going to be the case. So $20 converts into 250,000 gold, converts into one legendary, was super simple, super easy for people to understand, and so ultimately that's what happened. And in turn, all of the material, it means that people farming materials could sell the materials for a much higher value because crafters were willing to buy them for a much higher value because they were selling them for a higher value. It's all the economy and the price of things in the game, unless it's something you straight up buy off a vendor, is mostly left down to the players to deal with. So yeah. Why sell one expansion every 2 years when you could sell two of them? Exactly. Yeah, if I'm AFK for a while, my doggos roll about. They start playing with each other and roll about. Which is quite funny. I wonder what my army of squirrels is going to do when I AFK. I really need this helm. I do think Blizzard knows this too, like they had corruptions on the auction house in BFA. Yeah, corruption was on another level of stupid. On an absolute another level of stupid. There were corruptions that were going for like multiple gold, multiple millions. They definitely know that the Dragonflight was heavily optimized for token sales. After it was always going to happen, right? We saw this throughout all of Shadowlands. I said throughout all of Shadowlands, legendaries are broken AF. We are never going to see a gold making opportunity quite like legendaries, because it caused Blizzard a huge amount of backlash in terms of players feeling obliged to spend quite literally hundreds of thousands of gold in one go on a single item that ultimately got changed 2 or 3 times. Players just didn't like that. But what it also showed, it showed Blizzard that people were willing to spend real money to buy tokens to get the items that they wanted. And so what they've done in Dragonflight is very clever. They've turned it on its head. Instead of making you buy one high value item once per patch, current legendary excluded, by the way, instead of making you buy one big ticket item, they've spread that cost out across many items, and so that you are still in theory actually spending the same amount of gold, but because it's chunked up more so, it doesn't hit as hard, right? This is the same theory as things like Netflix giving you a monthly subscription rather than charging you one big boom upfront payment sort of thing. If Netflix turned around and said, yeah, we want $150 from you, you'd be like, whoa, well, hang on, I need to actually work out whether I want to spend $150 on this now. But the fact that they sell you it for $10 a month instead means you're like, oh, $10 a month, nothing, easy peasy, right? But over the year, you've still spent the same. It's the same in Dragonflight. your consumables, your crafted gear each and every time. Obviously, you've got to bear in mind the materials that go into the crafted gear. You have to then consider the tip for the crafter, which is a bit of a contentious point, obviously, because by the time people have bought all of the materials, they're not really willing to spend too much more on the tip, which is, yeah, you know, a problem in my opinion, but what are you going to do? We've seen enchants, single enchants, weapon enchants costing 100k plus, right? So, you know, they've subtly made it so that players are still theoretically spending the same, but they've chunked it up a lot more now. They've spread the load, and so people are not complaining about it as much. And many people don't actually think there's much cost to raiding or Mythic Plus or anything. But if you add it up, you're still just as short on gold as you ever were. The difference is you're not having to save it up and then spend it in one go. But in turn, it has still meant that token sales have been through the roof. At the very same time, they've also made it harder for people to actually acquire gold. This is a very subtle trick that they've done here, right? And this was also by design. People had, it's known as anchoring, price anchoring, right? People remember Shadowlands, and they remember having to pay 100,000 gold, 200,000 gold to get their new rank of legendary like the first week. That's a big number. That's a big number that's hard to forget. Dragonflight, you might add all of these little things up and you might be like, oh, well, I've only spent 50,000 gold. Dragonflight's much cheaper. Sure, but look how much more difficult it is now to make the 50,000 gold than it was to make 100,000 gold in Shadowlands. Yes, raiding is cheaper. Mythic Plus is cheaper than it was, but it's also more difficult to get that gold in the first place. That's the thing that most people don't consider anywhere near as much. And it's a very clever little trick. I've been selling some raid trinkets for 400k plus gold in heroic raids. Made a couple of million from raids, which is weird. Well, you've got the goblin brain. That's the thing. You know, you got to remember, not everybody has that goblin brain. Was this not meant to have reset? Oh no, it doesn't. We kill. Okay, yeah, we kill the boss. It hasn't reset. That's fine. What's the point of re-killing this boss? Is it just that the fact that the boss has chance to drop higher loot? I guess it probably is. I should really be doing slightly higher difficulty content here, if I'm honest, but like I've reiterated ever so recently, if you're having fun, it doesn't matter. And I'm having a lot of fun hacking and slashing and figuring this game out. How do we even get over there? Nope. Gotta go the scenic route. Dude, in Shadowlands I was making like 3k a month for tables and alchemy stones. Miss those so much. This is what I refer to as the low-hanging fruit, right? The easy to obtain stuff that is sort of limited in its supply on a single character, but you can scale it, and so that's what people slowly did. They slowly built up an army of characters that were set up for mission tables. You could slowly but surely build up, you know, a little nest egg for you. It was quick and easy to obtain. It was considered worthwhile spending the time and effort doing it because the long tail payoff of it was there. They've fun policed the crap out of that in Dragonflight. This is what my problem is with Blizzard and with WoW at the moment. Is that once you start to realise what's actually going on, and I don't think it's just hyperbole, you know, it's just standard business sense, right? It's almost common sense that they're doing what they're doing. But this is an inherent problem. Blizzard is now a very strong business. But they are a business first. This is why indie game developers, who are not strictly so focused on money first, are able to very frequently create better games. Because they're not thinking with their wallets, they're thinking, you know, they're actively out to make a better game. Blizzard are out to make a better game, but only if it makes them more money than it made them last year. Minion damage, minion health. They're two pretty solid affixes from the word go. Minion damage, minion health. I'm wondering if we build on those. With no suffixes on those at all. We could put some chance to shred armor on hit, potentially, is what we're looking for. They're interesting. Oh my god, I get 42% cold resist on these things currently. I mean, I'm way over capped on cold resist, so that's not the end of the world losing that. Let's see what goes on those. Now, the problem more than anything is going to be they've only got 22 forging potential. Can we add some suffixes? Do we have chance to shred? We've got loads chance to shreds. Damn, that used 16 forging potential. Flipping hell. That's nuke to those then, hasn't it? That's nuke to those. That was a good... meant to go to the next area to collect the passives. You get increased drop rate as well in the level 100 areas. You gain a lot of levels doing the next island, so you can come back and clear this even faster. Yeah, I probably should be focusing more on just grinding out some levels, honestly. You're probably not wrong. What are businessmen afraid of doing? Usually taking risks. In order to make a good game, to invent something new, to make new mechanics so the game would be fresh, you have to take the risks. Well, you can see they sort of, you know, I hope they're using things like Season of Discovery to test those risks. This is the thing, right? They cannot afford both figuratively and non-figuratively, they cannot afford to take those risks in retail, because retail is the cash cow. Retail is absolutely 100% the cash cow. And so they're using things like Season of Discovery right now to test things and try new things, see what works, see what gels with the player base in an environment which isn't strictly the cash cow. Sure, Season of Discovery is probably keeping lots of people subscribed at the moment, but outside of that, it's not making much other money. It's a testing platform for Blizzard predominantly. And if they can, it wouldn't surprise... This will be easy to say in hindsight, but looking forward, it wouldn't surprise me if some of the things we see in Season of Discovery start filtering back into retail. As anything that works, they'll try and replicate it in their cash cow system. Can we get something else useful on these? Health, maybe? Just getting tier 1 is going to nuke these, isn't it? So maybe I just want regular health. If I can get not hybrid health. Hybrid health would be cool, but it's too rare. We want to save the hybrid health for something that's... Let's get some health on there as well. Minion health increased by 1 as well. Okay. Oh, we've still got 1 forging potential. That's not too bad. Okay, they ended up not being terrible. The question is, did they end up being better than what I've got? They're less minion damage. There's no minion attack speed. There's minion health on them, but my minions are not strictly dying. The endurance is a bonus. Chance to shred on armor is ended up being not too bad. And the health is boo-boo. At the cost of cold resist. I don't think they're actually... I don't think they've turned out the way I wanted them. Swing and a miss on those, I reckon. Let's empty these bags a little bit. Can you search for legendary potential? 1 with legendary potential, 2 legendary potential? Would I ever slam something into the slab? Maybe. You can search for potential, look, that's clever. More and more about this game impresses me every time I do it. Oh yeah, so you can just search for ones with potential on. Clever. Check, I haven't got any Legos anywhere else. Our unique tab is full though. We'll put this in the our process tab is full and all. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. break down some of these. Doesn't really need breaking down, that, does it? I guess it's not convenient, but that's an easy way to see why you pick something up in the first place. It's just to drop it on the floor again and pick it back up. Oh yeah, level of summoned wolf. Oh, we need that. And it's the only thing on it, so you can't fail. Boom. 3 level of summon wolf shards. Ha! Yes, please. This was of the ox, so this gives us some health, potentially. Oh, these were supposedly... Oh, yeah, those are the ones we've just played with. That was to break it down. Poison damage, ward gained. Okay, yeah, we need some of those. I have no idea what the... let's put the keys in here. Right. You are right. I would be getting way more experience by doing Ending the Storm. It's level 75, far more in line with what we should be doing. Maybe we should just be rinsing and repeating this for better gear, better gear, better experience. Let's have a little blast through here for a while. Right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Anything that intrigues us. We should probably, in all honesty, just focus on the experience a little bit, maybe. Rings are fun. Like rings. It's nice compared to PoE that feels suffocating. I mean, I have played PoE. I've just never played it enough. I've never really played it enough to not get it, but kind of like to experience the strangulation that it brings about. I think that it's the barrier to entry with PoE, which is daunting. Even if some argue the barrier to entry is not there, but it only takes you to open the spec tree in PoE to go, what the? And whether it's daunting or not, it's a lot to learn to begin with. The learning curve in this seems to be much smoother. Obviously, you need to learn about the items, you need to learn about your classes a little bit, you need to figure out loot filters, but it's all quite soft stuff. It's not anything that's going to be too brain taxing. And a lot of it is going to happen naturally as you play anyway. You're not going to have to kind of go out of your way. The mechanics are straightforward enough, the abilities are straightforward enough. This is the inherent problem with a game that's as old as Path of Exile now. There's just a lot in it. There's just a lot in it, and they've had this design concept of let's just keep as much of it in the game as possible. So that's not a negative thing. It means that there's a lot of stuff to potentially do, but a lot of it has been superseded by doing other stuff, and it's not always obvious that that's the case. Last Epoch is what D3 should be. I wouldn't be too surprised if that's the assumption many make. I think that you're not far wrong with that. I don't think you're far wrong. if I'm still having the same amount of enjoyment in the game this time next week, then you know that Last Epoch is doing a really good thing. And I say that because in the next few days, there's going to be the distraction of hardcore solo self-found classic, which at the very least intrigues me. And if Last Epoch can hold my attention, even with a something new in WoW distraction, it's pretty solid. I know I know I've spent half an hour today banging on Blizzard and World of Warcraft for not being in the best spot right now, but I still can't deny I do enjoy the game a lot when there's that's one we definitely want. When there's fun to be had in it. Loads of gold. Loads of gold. Resets the web. Do we want to reset this web? I don't know. Let's just keep killing things. This is the one with the flipping tentacle dude, isn't it? Is this the one with the tentacle dude? I'm not sure how many times I want to try and kill him because he's annoying. Minion damage, elemental damage, physical resist, cold resist. That's not bad. That's not bad. Oh, ow, 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 what got me? I suppose it doesn't really matter what got me then. The poison twister, physical and poison damage. Ow. Okay, well I've bricked the rewards on that one. Luckily I wasn't going there for any particular reason. I don't want arena keys. Idols. Something more interesting. Let's go this way. This is the downside of playing in slightly easier content for most of the day. I kind of forgot that this is actually roughly where my power level is, and that I do need to slightly pay attention to mechanics. It's not completely lol all the way to the bank. Although he's still got absolutely creamed. A rune of research? What the hell's a rune of research? Seals and experimental affix. Oh, seals experimental affixes. Hang on. Hang on. We got new learning curve to do here. Please hold. Right, please hold. Shit's dropping. Belt. Set belt. Pick up set belt. Kill you. Fuck off. Boots. Big dick boots in the first place. Let's just pick everything up for the minute. Let's clear the place. Once again, let's not forget that this place can kill us. dead. You're dead. Beautiful. Right, what the crack was what was going on with all of that? What was that new rune I found? Was it this one? Rune of Research. Seals an experimental affix on the item. The affix is moved to its own slot, leaving its old slot open for you to add a new affix. The sealed affix cannot be modified any further, and an item can have a maximum of one sealed affix. When an experimental affix is sealed, you have a chance to gain a glyph of insight. The chance is higher for items with higher tier affixes, but cannot exceed 45%. What? Okay. Sure. That now is giving me the first hint in why these experimental stuff's fun. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. Quick bathroom. Okay. Right. This means that I now have better understanding of why these experimental items are intriguing. If you can move the elemental item to somewhere else, seal in the experimental item, and then replace it with something else, that in theory then starts to mean your experimental items can become just better versions of your regular items. That might also tailor which ones I want to pick up. If let's look at do we have any settings for the experimental items? I did somewhere. Experimental affixes. At the moment, we see all of them. Haste, Frenzy, Ward gained on Traversal, Minions transported with Traversal skills, Ward on Kill, Dodge rating and Endurance threshold, Ward per missing health, Armor applies to damage over time, Ward on potion use, Mana on potion use, Traversal cooldown, or Zombie on potion use. Now, there's quite a lot of these that I probably just don't care about. There's quite many of these I probably don't care about. Minions transported with traversal skills. So I guess which ones do we care about? Do we care about gaining haste effects? Probably. Do we care about gaining frenzy effects? Probably. Ward gained on traversal? Probably not so much. Minions transported with traversal skills? Well, we have a node that does that for us anyway, but if we can get it on a piece of gear, then all of a sudden, yes, we probably do. Ward on kill? No, I don't think so. Dodge rating and endurance threshold? Probably not. Ward per missing health. This, I think, is part of this volatile zombie potion. Somehow. Does this not mean you can build, like... No, I don't know. Okay, see, this is the problem with my loot filters. I don't still strictly know what I do and what I don't want, which makes it hard to configure, hard to customize. So, showing me everything is the best approach. I should think for myself, shouldn't I? 41% increased minion damage, 5 minions teleported around you after you use a traversal skill. See, that's what it also doesn't show me on here, is that I read minions transported with traversal skills, and I was like, that's cool, but not necessary. But then, the fact that it's backed up by 41% increased minion damage is all of a sudden then makes it probably one of the best ones I could pick up. Okay. Okay, we're still learning as we go here. More runes or more glyphs? More runes or more glyphs? What does it lead to? Affix shards, rare relics, tomes of experience. Enemies deal 25% increased elemental damage for 2. That's fine, we can live with that. We can live with that. Get down there. I think I've missed it. Have I missed the left turn at Albuquerque already? Or do we go back on ourselves? No, we can't go any other way but this way, so I guess we do. Hang on, that was just minion damage. We can't fail on that one. Kill everything in sight. Oh, you're a tough cookie. Why are you so hectic? What's going on here? Oh, because you're the boss. That might have something to do with it. That will be it. That will be it. Primeless Ice Wolf, Garb of Evasion. Added minion melee crit chance. 100 dodge rating. Oh, helms. Anything that goes anywhere near helms I'm interested in. Definitely want something to do with helms. Admittedly, they're only rare, but at least it might give us something to play with. Come on, how much stuff do we need to kill? Slay enemies to locate the reef gate. No reef gate in sight. Who's stolen it? You're looking pretty spicy there. Yoink. There it is. Ooh, gloves. Mortality's Grasp. I've not seen these before. 34% chance to mark for death on hit with necrotic spells. 326 ward gained when damage leaves you at low health. And then a bunch of health. Not going to use them, but it's the first time I've seen them. Helms, right. Give me rare helms. Oh, and a chest. Love these chests. Wow, nothing. Nothing that I think I care about, at least, anyway. Rogue bow, lightning damage ring. A dagger. Oh, Ghostmaker again. I've had this one loads, you know. That must be really common. I'm quite sure I've had that one a bunch of times. Helm of the Ox. Might break it down. coin, more runes. We still need more to unlock phase 3. Let's go for some runes. Are we gaining experience faster though? Well, that's the thing. Yeah, look, see, we're already nearly up to level 76. Oh, dead end. Oops. Whoopsie doops. Now I'm going to want to pick up all of these experimental things because I didn't realise that was a thing with experimental items. I always kind of wondered what experimental items were about. They kind of felt a bit memey, but now I actually realise that there's a thing you can do with them, but I just needed the right glyph to do it. See, this is all part of the learning. More gloves. Oh, another pair of Stormhide paws. I was using these for the longest of time. They clearly seem to be, like, very specifically leveling, though. Oh, and an amulet. Wow, the uniques are dropping en masse for me now. A devotion. We'll have a look at that in a minute. 200 spear as well. Mordus's reach. Not a bad run for loot. Not a bad run for loot at all. Commander Spider Silk Sash of the Ox. Is this something we might actually look at using? Minion damage, lightning damage, health, dodge rating. Worst we break it down. Right, what were half of the uniques we got then? Flipping loads of the things.
No room.
Right, what do we get? More Dice's reach. Cold damage, strength, chance to inflict frostbite on melee, cold melee penetration, 25% melee cold damage for you and your minion. For you and your minions. Shame I'm not going to use a spear though. Cold damage leeches health, strength. Oh, whoa, hang on. I didn't read that right. 500% chance to inflict frostbite? Okay. Okay, sure. Cold penetration, melee, cold damage for you and your minions. I mean, that feels more druidy than it does beastmastery, but that's like, that could be silly. I need a uniques tab too. 70k for a new stash tab. Sheesh. Another ghost maker. Devotion. What was this? Cast speed with smite. Okay, none of that really matters. Yeah, this is the second set of these Stormhide paws we've had. Like I said, I used them for quite a while. Now to figure out quickly what I was doing with the rest of this stuff. Two more, cheeky. What are these? Tier 4, Tier 4, Tier 5? It's minion health again. Attack speed and damage is more important to me than health. The physical resist, critical strike avoidance. I need some critical strike avoidance because I need to move away from relying on woven flesh. They're not bad. Minion damage, minion health, chance to shred armor, and they're the ones we made. Howl of the West Wind, is that what you're looking for? No, I'm going for of the Scurry or something. Helm of the Scurry, something along those lines. I can't remember its exact name.
Take care.
We picked these up just because they're good. We picked them up because they're good. 90 armor, increased movement speed, and fire resist instead of cold resist. That actually works. It works for me, other than the fact the other stats on it are pretty doo-doo. Vitality and dexterity are not my thing. Poison resist is great. It's another bonus. Cooldown recovery speed definitely works, but I would definitely want bonus movement speed, considering what my current ones have. Yeah, it's not only important, it's pretty much the only way you get squirrels, so I do need it. This is why I was looking for a very specific, unique helm. Is this one of those scenarios where these boots... Hang on, let me think about this for a second. These boots look like very good boots for me to use that. Because these boots, right, for starters, they're pretty solid boots. Minion damage, bonus movement speed, health and cooldown recovery speed is also nice to have. Is this one of the things where I should take this tier 4 experimental and use that item on it? What was it called? This thing. Rune of Research. Seal the experimental affix onto the item. The affix is moved to its own slot, leaving its own slot open for you to add a new affix to it. The sealed affix cannot be modified further. When it is sealed, you have a chance to gain a glyph of insight. I don't even know what a glyph of insight does. I don't have any. Glyph of order, glyph of despair. I guess this is a glyph of insight. That's tier 4. What else would we want to add on a pair of boots? Here's me. My brain is thinking now. My brain is thinking. Movement speed, bonus movement speed. We could then throw some strength on there as well. We could seal, if we sealed the minion damage, we could throw some strength on there as well. Then we'd have movement speed, strength. We'd have 3 strong affixes then. Health and increased health. Health and cooldown recoveries. Okay, yeah, we're gonna try this. Give me a glyph. Can we do 1 to 20 forging potential? This is the problem. I need this to proc. I need this to proc. I need it to cost no forging potential because we're running low. If I do this and then I can't add anything else to it because I've run out of forging potential, I'll cry. Ah, no! It used all my forging potential. Ah, Cockosaurus. That now means I can't add something to it. Ah, flipping doodahs. And it didn't give me the glyph. Never lucky. Stupid game. Stupid game. Stupid game. Seal the affix using a rare rune. Seal the affix with a rare rune to then use all of your forging potential, so then you can't add something in place, so you shouldn't have bothered doing it in the first place and should have just used that forging potential to level the health up even more. Damn you, game. Okay. Well, okay. They're still good boots. You live and you learn. Still good boots. Why did we pick up this? Because it's got added minion melee crit on it, I guess. Why did I pick up this? Because it's of the ox. More health. Can't fail. Why did I pick up this? Because it's got big stat on it. What big stat has it got? It's got minion critical multiplier. Is this so big that I want to use this on it instead? Give me the minion critical strike. No. Give me minion critical strike. No. Give me minion... Oh, no, I can't. Okay, well, now I've got a 50-50 on the shatter. 50-50. Good, we got them eventually. Why did I pick up this? Same scenario. Big stat on it. Added minion melee crit. Do it again. We want this one. Yes! Now bin it. It's trash. Why did I pick up this? Baby stat. What's the baby stat on it? It's a baby stat that I don't really need. Get rid of it. Why did I pick up this? Of the ox. Of the ox. We don't even need that many of these anymore, really. Why did I pick up this? Same scenario. Baby stat on it. Oh, the minion damage. Sure. Why did I pick up this? Yeah, we'll just shout that. I picked that up because we should actually consider wearing it. Minion damage, lightning damage, health, dodge rating. Poison resist, cold resist. Is it better than what I've got on? Not really. %42% increased minion damage on my current one. Not really worth. Why did I pick up this? For the same reason. Do we want to use them? I decided I don't want to use those. Why did I pick up this? Big stat. What's the big stat? Oh! Oh! Tier 4 level of wolf summon. That's so good. Do I want to consider using it? No. But if I can get the level of wolf summon stats off it. Seal it as the first crafting action on the next experimental item. Yeah, that's it. If it feels like you have an item that is worth using experimentally, yeah, probably sealing it first is your best bet. So then you can at least do something else with it after. Do I want to try? Okay, this we've got to use one of these on it because I want this. I want wolfy business. No. No. Oh, well, flipping Nora. Okay, now we can't fail but to get it. Why'd I pick up these? Because they're both good and have a big stat on them. Minion damage, minion health. Chance to shred. Oh, these are the ones I made. What's this about? Just of the ox. Spell damage for totems? We're not about that, are we? Oh, I picked up these because they're experimental. Crit chance, leech rate, water. No, they're just terrible. Of endurance, big health modifier, hybrid health modifier. We got the endurance shard. Baby stat, increased chance to find potions, minion health. We got loads of those now. Elemental damage, minion damage. I like the fact it's got minion damage on it, but it's just a bit of a boo-boo ring. Vitality and health regen. Not my style. I'd rather have the minion damage, honestly. Okay. Yeah, I'm very aware I'm spending 10 times more time than I probably should do on flipping. On figuring out gear, but this is a gear-based game, so loot. All the loot. Can you motherfuckers relax? Holy smoke. Chill out. Lord have mercy. These things don't mess about. Shrine round here somewhere. Who's yoinked the shrine? There it is. Seems to be the distance you can leap, like, straight down is way less than you can jump across. You seem to be able to fly across the map, but you can only, when you try and go down, your leap is nowhere near as big. Helm of Frost. What stats that got on it that I care about? What's that got on it? Is it just the health at this point? Yeah, I'm not. I need that needs tweaking. Where's this damn beacon then? Ooh! A chest. The weird thing is the more tight you make your loot filter, the greater the chance of you just not seeing anything. And part of this game sometimes is the fun of just having a massive, great big explosion of loot on your screen.
Destroy them.
Ow, no, don't stand in that poison stuff, would you? Piss off with your flipping. Nearly dead, nearly dead, nearly dead. Pets are doing pet things very nicely. There we go. Love that. Okay, that's exposed a bunch of stuff. We have enough. We have enough stability now to kill the boss again. Maybe what do we have? Enemies have 30% endurance. We want to probably make sure that by the time we get to the boss, we don't have any modifiers on us. So let's just do these now. Let's smash through these. This way first. Hey, oh. Did we get some levels up there? We did. Right, you're happy. On to the next one. Something else leveled up. Wow, all our skills leveled up. Nice. Fix that in a minute. Ooh, Dreamcatcher, we like those.
Hello.
See you later. You chilling? Where's the rest of the mobs?
Yes?
Nice. Mage health? Increased health. We got a bunch of those. Quest 2. Oh. dead end. Diablo 5. It's probably a fitting name. Welcome in, Jack. You feeling poor today, Jack? Now you've got your shiny new legendary. We were talking a little bit about the legendaries earlier. It's the it's the one thing that is kind of, well, I mean, it's a legendary, isn't it? It's about as Shadowlands-esque as you get. But we were talking about how Dragonflight splits the cost, splits the expense up a lot. And then the legendary came along and was like, oh yeah, would you like to spend another 500,000 gold? But for most of Dragonflight, they've tried to distract people from the fact that raiding is expensive. Mythic Plus is expensive. Does a lot of DPS though. That's all that matters, right? All that matters. It is odd that they've put a legendary this late into the expansion and implemented it in the same way. In terms of, if you were going to put an, you know, it would have made a lot more sense if they were going to put a legendary in the last raid tier, that you do it in a way that, well, everybody can get it relatively quickly, but not everybody will complete it relatively quickly, sort of thing. You know, they should allow you to kind of get going at a reasonable speed. This kind of, like, it's really tough to get and then you just make it approach is the kind of style you'd expect from at the beginning of an expansion, where players have the whole expansion to get lucky to get it. It seems backwards to me. You would want to, like, sure, you could make it so that it takes 4 or 5 weeks to, like, finally build it, Shadowmourne-esque, I guess. You can make it so it takes 5 or 6 weeks to actually build the thing, but everybody who wants it can go and get started on it quite quickly. Because the argument would be that there's not long left, right? It's the final tier. I don't know, it's odd. But GG on your Lego, by the way. Yeah, Shadowmourne was also the end of the expansion, that's true. But my point being is that it gave, you know, it gave players something to do, some reason to... What was it, ICC? Some reason to go through ICC on farm, you know? I mean, you don't want, you know, we saw a lot of that in sort of the last, like Mr. Pandaria with the, what was it, the ring, I want to say, in Mr. Pandaria. There was nearly an entire expansion-wide thing for you to slowly build up your ring. I think it was a ring. I think it was Mr. Pandaria. I don't think that sort of approach is needed particularly, but if you're going to inject a legendary this late into the expansion, at least give people the opportunity to start it nice and quick. Even if, you know, even if not everybody gets to build it by the end of the expansion, at least it will keep raid attendance up as people try to. I'm sure there's some goblins out there though that are making bank off the materials right now. And you're right. I should put a little video or something together about that. But I'm sure people have figured it out. $250 Cosmic Ink. Yeah, Cosmic Ink is well, Cosmic Ink has not been cheap throughout the whole expansion. How we doing, Bear? Welcome in. Have you dipped your toe in last Epoch yet?
Yes.
Where have you gone? You come back. Where did you go? Will you stop porting about, you crazy sausage? How am I meant to kill you if you keep zooming across the map? If in doubt, tank and spank. Kill ads. Where did you go? Boom.
Lagan is unpredictable. I was trying to protect everyone.
Nah. I've been lurking. I appreciate the lurks. Ring effect ruined the immersion of there being only one. Couldn't use it freely in raid since it triggered all rings. Yeah, I remember there was something weird and wacky about it. I've also learned that my memory is clearly not what it used to be. Right, we've got to kill this stupid flipping. This is. I don't appreciate lurks. Show yourself. I'm glad you said show yourself, not expose yourself. That's very different. Right, let's see if I can kill this dude without crying. I've already failed. I need to avoid that. That's what we need to avoid. And we need to not stand in that. And then we need to drop a totem. And then we go to town. Tank that, that's fine. Ow. I don't envy people trying to do this flipping fight on hardcore, you know. I'm wondering if it's a visual bug with Beastmasters, because my pets are not actually dead, are they? But, like, it looks like they are.
You're starting to bore me. My waves will shatter you.
So I'm not going to be saying much at the moment because this does require concentration.
Is that the best you can do?
Oh god, now all my pets are dead. Now my pets are dead.
Got a drop in my ocean. You survive my storms.
No. Flipping out. Flipping out. Commence face tanking. Oh, this one's just annoying, especially when it kills my pets. Because then they have this weird glitch on them. Where do we want to point more damage, I guess? Wolves deal more damage. More health is, yeah. Under normal circumstances, they shouldn't die. More swipe, chance to bleed, or health gain, mana gain. Fury leap. What do we want here? Berserk now also grants you attack speed per stack. 4% attack speed. 6. Okay, yeah, there. Fury totem. We've capped here. These are capped. Frenzy totem buff is more effective, or more health and more duration. That'll do. Right, let's try again. Let's try again, you stupid boss. Just think the tokens that Blizzard sold with it. Well, you see, this is it. It's like an end of quarter push. It feels like.
Waves will shatter you.
Tank it, tank it, tank it. Okay, we can't tank that. I was like, tank it. No, that's a one shot. That's a one shot still. Okay, let's try again. If you don't try, you don't know. Now I know I definitely do need to step out of that. We need to save leap to avoid the slicey beam. Like that. We definitely need to move out of that, and I should probably get the pets out of it. And I've just made a mistake by using leap. Oh, okay, that's not his deadly one. Here comes his... Ah! That wasn't planned. Is there a quantity of tentacles we need to kill here? Where's the tentacles? Oh no, don't dive into a wave. Whoa. What's the moon in the middle represent? Oh, the moon represents the phase of how much you're done of it, maybe? Yeah, it does. I see. Clever. Go, pets, go. Get out of that. Oh, flipping hell! I got stunned on the edge of it. This is where the only one thing that I would like to see in this, it's nice that you've got movement speed and I have a leap. But I would really, 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 really like to see like a spacebar jump or something. Damn you, game. Here we go again. Okay, do you reckon I can tank that if I pop a potion at the same time? Probably not. Cold and lightning. Cold capped. Yeah, that's the thing to point. I'm getting killed by that even though my cold resistance is also capped. That just slams. I've bound my movement ability to space too. See, that's actually not a terrible idea. Just in case you fat finger it, yeah. I'm tempted to put it on my mouse. But yeah, binding it to space is also probably not a terrible idea. Oh, come on. See, for that reason there alone, right? Good thing this ain't hardcore, eh? Oh, me Wolfie boy's got hit as well. Wolves do wolf things. Holy shit. Lazy motherfuckers. Ow. Ah, oh, dive straight into a wave. That's A tier gaming right there. Right, ignore these little critters. Where's the tentacles? Right, save cooldowns. Oh god, that was a mistake. Ah! Ah! Right. Attack. Ah, flipping Nora. Focused right on me. It didn't even start off to the side. He just looked at me and was like, "You're fucked." It's damn boss, man. It's both fun. I've got 6 unspent points. This is problematic. Let me fix these 6 unspent points first. This is where we could definitely be doing something. Hang on. Considering we're going into a more of a squirrely build now. points in the chase is suggested. Minion attack speed, minion cast speed, attack speed, minion movement, and companion revive speed. Why are you trying to kill this boss? Have you done it before? I have done it before, yeah. I'm just failing hard whilst I'm on stream. I didn't one-shot this dude, but I think I killed him in 2 attempts the first time. I'm just stuck in that weird loop. Where should we spend a few points though? Let's have a little look at this. Is that full build? That's full 78 point build. Okay, that's a lot. $10 points up here, 10 points up here. No, 10 points here. Sorry, what's this? Strength. Melee physical damage, minion melee damage. Okay, yeah, that's spicy meatball. That's spicy meatball. Strength is always a bonus. Let's just put 10 points. Let's just put 6 points in this for now. Why are you doing it again? It's a pain for minion bills. Because I can. Honestly. He dropped some good loot. If I was playing hardcore, obviously I wouldn't be, but... Okay, even with a potion and some ward, that thing one-shots me. Okay. That was a trial run. That was a test run to see if it is... I now know I 100% cannot stand in that. The alternative is I time it perfectly and leap exactly when he does it, but that's also not happening. We transitioned hella fast then. That first phase was like nuked. Where's the tentacles at? And honestly, doing this now, it's kind of good practice for the mechanics. Ow. Right. Keep leap off cooldown. Go town. Ham sandwich. Ah! Ow! Stay out of this. Ah, I shouldn't have leaped there. Shouldn't have leaped there. Now I've got a problem on my hands. That also fixes it. Go, 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 go. Oh, God. Woohoo! Just like that, look. Just like that. Increased health regen. My one is better already. Ward gained on potion use. Bit stinky. Chance to gain 30 ward when hit. Real stinky. I'll keep my current one. Easy, first try. Telling me. No problems whatsoever. Arcane boots of regrowth. Good ones to nuke. That's not the button I meant to press right now. Shattering in those. Two-handed sword with some legendary that's a cool looking sword though. Melee damage. Melee cold, melee lightning, spell damage, cold resistance, lightning resistance, 100% chance to cast tidal wave when you use a melee attack, 2-second cooldown. Sounds cool. Sounds pretty cool. And what do we get? Kermit's cage. Miss Piggy's got Kermit in a cage. Elemental resistance, strength, increased elemental damage. 17 melee cold damage in werebear form, 2 rage gained on kill in werebear form, white fur in werebear form. Shame I'm not a druid, eh? Okay. Woof. Yeah, easy first try, no problems. No, no stress whatsoever. No stress whatsoever. I should probably go do this one, really, shouldn't I? Blood, Frost, and Death. Because, well, because I haven't. We're still not going to be quite up for doing level 85 stuff yet. I have entirely 100% forgotten about the Circle of Fortune. I've got 18,000 favour. 36,000 reputation to rank up. To rank 5. I need to get to rank 5, then I can put in... Should we go and have a look at the prophecies?
You have returned. What is it that you seek?
Soulfire Bastion Dungeon for 2 unique helms. Fall of the Outcasts Timeline for 2 unique helms. Why haven't I done these? Damn, I completely forgot about this. There's 4 unique helms on the opportunity there. If we're looking for Squirrel Helm, what better way than farming helms? Armor properties. It's all stinky stuff. It's this we want. Body armor, 8 Weaver's Will. Oh! So that one allows you not only to target unique armors, but it tells you exactly what they're going to be. A unique armor, unique body type. I want helms. Right, well, they clearly don't exist, do they? There we go. Sanctum of the Architect. Death of Architect Laeth. Unique, 2 more unique helms. Yoink. Right. Is that... Do we think that's going to be... What we got here? Sanctum of the Architect. Fall of the Outlasts timeline. What is Sanctum of the Architect? Is that a monolith? What the hell is Sanctum of the Architect? Condition, Sanctum of the Architect. Death of Architect Lyaeth. I don't understand that condition. Isn't it a dungeon? It would, wouldn't it say dungeon if it was a dungeon? Temporal Sanctum. Lightless Arbor, Soulfire Bastion Dungeon, Temporal Sanctum Dungeon, and then Arena. What the hell is that then? Is that just like... Is that just like a zone somewhere? Is there like a rare in a zone or something maybe? Sanctum, Sanctum Archive, Temporal Sanctum. Sanctum, Forbidden Sanctum Guide. That's Path of Exile. Was it Sanctum? What was it? Sanctum of the Architect, was it? Hang on. Sanctum. Yeah, Sanctum of the Architect. Can be found in the Divine Era within the Isle of Storms. Within Divine Era within the Isle of Storms. Sanctum of the Architect, look. I've never gone there by the looks of things. Well, there's 2 unique helms in there if we go kill somebody, so we do it. Let's just do it. We got to go through this dude again, though. Yay. Architect Lyaeth is an enemy human boss NPC. They can be found in the Okay. Oh, well, that's a dead end. That's a good start. Temple Depths. You have been there. It's a place where you fight with Dr. Octo Octavius Rule 34 version. Maybe there's just not a save spot for it then. Or a fast travel point, should I say. Is there a fast travel point for each location? There probably isn't, is there? That's why. I'm not sure why I'm trying to fight my way there. I should just be running there, really. I do vaguely remember this, so maybe we have been here. Although it's part of the campaign, so yeah, I definitely have. Why did I search for that? Never search for what Twitch chat tells you. That's rule 1 of the internet. Okay, we've clearly gone in the exact wrong direction. It's fine. I don't think there's fast travel points in every zone. At least I hope there isn't. Otherwise I've missed a load. Yeah, I suspect that more out the way places you've probably just got to go and get. That's probably, you know, it's a lower level zone. You've at least got to spend some time going and getting the thing if you want it. Which makes sense. Although, oh, there we go. There's the door, look. Very low level zone to be getting one of these. Right, Sanctum of the Architect, here we go. So, an Architect Liaith. Enemy boss around here somewhere.
Why must these gods have such confusing temples?
So,
An open field was more than enough for
explore
everyone.
everything, kill everything. I'll use my always left strategy. Oh, is it actually marked as a quest? Hang on. It's marked as a quest on my map here, look. Well, it's got the quest icon at least. Ah, there you are. Oh, I do remember this, yeah. Two unique helms, there we go. Boom, boom, shake the room.
Unpredictable.
Apex of Thor, Snowblind.
Protect everyone.
Boo. They're both leveling ones. By the looks of things. Oh no, sorry, they say rank 3. Maybe they're not leveling ones, my mistake. They're both shitty though. Boo. Well, you win some, you lose some. Stormcrow's health, increased health. Soulfire Bastion Dungeon. Soulfire Bastion Dungeon, tier 3. Should we just go do the Soulfire Bastion Dungeon for 2 more unique helms? Which is where? Hang on, we're gonna need a key before we can do anything else anyway, aren't we? What's going on here? Can't access tier 3, you're gonna need to clear tier 1 and tier 2 first. I assumed it was probably something you got to work up to, yeah. Soulfire Bastion key. Okay, we need to get there. There is in Lake and North, apparently. Isn't this... Isn't this the... Okay, I'm trying to remember. I've not really explored the dungeons. Isn't there... Because there's only 3, right? Soulfire Bastion. The Lightless Arbor is a gold sinky one, from what I've heard. I can't remember. Let's figure it out. Now, I also remember that dying once in a dungeon and it's GG. I made that mistake on my leveling adventure. Soul Bastion is a Gamba dungeon. Oh, hang on. We're in the wrong one. We need to be in the Felled Wood somehow. Which is probably that one. Why can't I get across here? Press the stone. What's going on? Hello? Maybe I do have to go through the ruins. Okay, odd. Try again. Felled wood, here we go. This sounds right. Yes, now do we reckon there's a save spot around it? Hang on. Alternate leveling path. This route will bypass many areas, but requires access and completion of the Soulfire Bastion. Completing the Soulfire Bastion will take you to the Kolheim Pass, level 47 in the Divine Era. Okay. Now, I'm assuming there's a save location around it that we should probably pick up. There it is. Aha! Here we go. Soulfire Bastion.
Hey, care to chat?
Right. Boom. Save spot. Love it.
A living so far from one of the cities. Though I shouldn't be at ease. I have no desire to fight you. My friend running the Soulfire Bastion here. You put a smile on my face. Simply put, Cremorus has been experimenting with a new form of soul magic in there. Unfortunately for Cremorus, so what do you say? But I even sweeten the deal a little. Bring me some. I knew you. And when I burn one, oh, you're not the first living I've made this deal with.
Right.
Here's to hoping you're the first one to meet me at the other end of this place.
Each attempt in the dungeon requires a key. Dying or leaving through a portal fails the attempt. Well, now I know. Tier 1, Tier 2. Okay, Tier 3 is level 92. Okay, we're not going to be doing that quite yet, are we? Well, I guess we've got to do Tier 1 anyway. To unlock Tier 2. Now, last time, I made a tragic mistake in here. So this time we do not take shit for granted. Wait, hang on. No transition found for inabilities. What? Hang on. What's this? D. Soulfire Shield. Toggle between fire immunity and necromantic immunity at the cost of 1 soul ember. And that's on D. Alright. I'm going to forget that. Alright, so now we have a fire shield. I see. Clever. Can they go through there? Cast Soulfire Shield to toggle your immunity. Search for the Fire Lich. Ooh! Two-handed staff. Bow's Anarchy. Where is this dude? He's hiding from me. Oh, we can't get past there. How do we get past that then? Where's this dude spitting flames? Chill. I can't get past here either. Okay. Ooh, set piece. Right, what's up this way? So the other route was blocked. Is that maybe how the route changes each time? Different sections end up being blocked off. Hello, what we got here? A door. New modifier. Rare items from the Soul Gambler have a random tier 1 sealed affix. 10% increased enemy damage. Proceed. Sure. Wait, is it just the same again? It just feels like the same again. Soul Embers. Can be used for soul gambling after clearing. Okay. Oh, okay. We can't hop across that either. No, blocked. All the fun stuff is blocked. No, blocked again. Tell you what, I'm thinking I should have done this place flipping ages ago. The amount of uniques I've found in here already. Either I've just got hella lucky all of a sudden, or this place is lootiful. Oh, what? Admittedly, I'm taking full advantage of being clearly way OP for this one, but... Ow! I need to not stand in that. This is probably where later on we'll have to get a little bit more used to switching between... Ow! Can you stop doing that, mister? With your big flame ball. Haha, here we go. New modifier again. Is this what we're meant to be doing? Is it that we just keep pushing forward? Is the boss dude at the end of the soul furnace? Is that what we're saying? Is that how this works? The lowest tier affix of each rare item from the soul gambler has a 50% chance to roll perfectly within its tier. Sure. Okay, so now we're in the soul furnace, okay. You found a faded letter protected by harm's ward.
With the soul embers. The test subjects react as expected when exposed to the soul embers. At first, the flames then begin to consume the body in order to fuel the soul ember within. This leads to rapid immolation. A minor setback, nothing more. Until I devise a means to better stabilize the soul embers, the addition of a way to consume outside sources of fuel rather than our own bodies will suffice. Before you dare to gloat over this, do not forget the trouble your pets in the north gave you before you brought them to heal. This will be nothing compared to that embarrassment.
Boss, Fire Lynch Cremorius. Fire Cremo. After the votes are complete, those who choose to proceed will enter the soul furnace. Is this theoretically then something that you can do as a group as well? Okay. Incoming butcher.
Come to play with fire.
Oh. Okay. Well, odds on us getting our helmet. And boom. No. Bone Clamor Barbu. Odds on us getting our helmet. Boom. Two of the same? Ah, Lord. I came here for two of the same helms. Double stinky. Right then. This is where we have the gambler then, do we?
See a deal. Fantastic work. Formosus will clatter with delight when I give him my report.
Okay.
About
Now,
those soul embers. Care
do
to let
we-
me see your hole?
Here's a question. Do we lose these at the end of the dungeon? Is this a spend it... I wonder if this is a spend it to spend it situation. Can become a rare or an exalted helmet or any unique or set helmet that can drop randomly. I wish the text wasn't so wham, so I could maybe possibly see what it costs to buy the damn thing. Rolling rarity, exalted. Oh, you can only buy each one once. Okay. Well, let's go one-handed. One hand. Is there a one-handed sword? The text being monstrously big is annoying. Oh, there's another helm. Another exalted. Boom. %79% increased melee damage whilst transformed. Sounds spicy if I was a bear. exalted every time.
Well spent.
102% increased minion damage. Mana, void resistance, poison resistance. Okay.
Embers well spent.
See, the irony is if I was to drop most of these, the game would be like, nah, useless. +1 to summon bear. $60. How much do the rings cost? What's the cheapest thing to buy? 65, 75, 45.
Yeah, lucky you.
Ah, it didn't bring a helm back.
Oh, lucky you.
Ah, belt, go.
Yeah, lucky you. Embers well spent. Oh, lucky you.
We got a unique strong mind amulet. Lightning resists spell lightning damage, mana. Maximum mana added to stun avoidance. Cast a small lightning explosion when you're stunned. Okay, this all seems remarkably underwhelming, but I'm going to assume... I probably can't afford any of this anymore. I assume then that most of this, the Gamba gets better. Surely the Gamba gets better in the higher tier versions of this, I would imagine. Let's... see what of this the game would want me to pick up and keep. Probably not any of it. How do we get out of here then? Oh, and then we go to the Divine Era. And that's it. Interesting little dungeon. It still says search for the Fire Lich. Were we not meant to get 2 unique helms out of this? Or maybe we did. Oh yeah, it was these two. These 2 sacks of shit. Okay, I remember now. Okay. I remember. Right, where are we? Oh, is it brought us out here? Soulfire Bastion exit. Okay. Okay. I see. Well, your initial thoughts on the game, is it worth the price? If you have any interest in ARPG games in general, then I'd say absolutely. It's half the price of Diablo 4 and twice as good. At the very least. Half the price and twice as good is probably an understatement, to be honest. I'd say if you've never played an ARPG, it's probably not a terrible one to start on either. 400%, yeah, mythic value. It's probably not a bad one to start on. Diablo 3 is super arcadey. Diablo 4 is just not in a great place. Path of Exile is a spreadsheet nightmare. Mostly play RPGs just for the story, but might buy it at sale for 5 to 10 euros. If you're only in it for the story, no. This is more designed end game. The story is there, but just to be there, sort of thing. If you're only playing it for the story, there's not that much in it for you. But if you like some of the class fantasy, if you like building up your own dude in a very specific way, you can. To be honest, even if you poke around for a while, I think at, what is it, like $30 or something, it's a bargain. Yeah, if you're not into the grind, it's probably not one for you. Boys and girls, I'm getting a bit hungry though. I'm going to leave it there, I think, for today. I've played this way too much. We got a few levels under our belt. I'm intrigued actually why I still have some of these soul embers. That feels like it could be a bug. I thought you were meant to kind of leave them in there. Alright, whatever. I'm going to leave it there for today. I'm going to go get me some food. I've had fun today. We've gained a few levels. We didn't get our squirrel helm. But the reality is I probably put way too much time trying to get it. If we just push forward with the monoliths a little bit more, we should probably see some success. I'm a touch under-leveled, I think, to do Fall of the Empire or Reigns of the Dragon, but we could probably give this a go at the very least. I should at least go back and complete this one, just so I've done each one once, I guess. That'll help unlock the other ones. My understanding is you need to do these three, the Last Ruin, the Age of Winter, and Spirits of Fire, to then unlock the empowered ones, but I think these are these like level 90 plus ones, I think. We'll get there soon. But I'm having a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun, that is true. We will probably be... actually, this is a good point to say that Wednesday is tomorrow. Wednesday is reset day. Wednesday might be the last day I get to play Last Epoch for a few days, just purely because Thursday I'm a bit busy. And my schedule on Friday is a bit 50-50 at this point, depending if I can shift things about. But we'll probably play a little bit of Last Epoch tomorrow. The rest of the week is a little bit to be confirmed. You'll have to hang fire for that. But thank you all for joining today. I hope you guys are enjoying, whether you're playing World of Warcraft, Last Epoch, Pal World, whatever you're doing. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate the conversation. And enjoy the rest of your day. I'll catch you all next time. Peace.